I've longed to hold the one that sets me free. I found you, and in my heart I know you're meant for me. Ooh, this feeling must be real. The way you make me smile, the way you make me feel. There you were, the one that I've been waiting for, my answered prayer, like an angel sent from up above, my shooting star. You are my love, my dream, my meant to be. When we touch, I get this funny feeling in my heart. When we kiss, I never want for us to be apart. Ooh, whenever you're with me, I get these butterflies, my knees just get so weak. Oh, there you were, the one that I've been waiting for, my answered prayer, like an angel sent from up above, my shooting star. You are my love, my dream, my meant to be. All my life I've longed to hold the one that sets me free. I found you, and in my heart I know you're meant for me. Ooh, it's hard to find the word. I don't know what to say, but my heart will let you know. Oh, there you were, the one that I've been waiting for, my answered prayer, like an angel sent from up above, my shooting star. You are my love, my dream, my meant to be. You are my love, my dream, my meant to be.
Breeze 93.9 FM. Playing all your go-to jams.
It's CJB, boo boo, yeah. Video, oh, 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 yeah. Video, oh, 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 yeah. Girl, I know you're playing hard to get, acting like I don't see you. Well, I watch you jump the water, waiting for a bite, but I only bite if you're really. We both know, I know you feel it, afraid to show. Girl, just admit it, cause we'll fall mine to a royal flush, and we'll catch it in a ooh, you give me some feeling, yeah. Ooh, you give me some feeling, ooh, yeah, yeah. Let's put these games all aside and watch that sunset tonight. Talk about the things that you like, girl. Talk about the things that we like and we like. Yeah, 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 yeah. Find a way to the you inside of you. Wanna know the girl behind the self-portrait that you drew. Yeah, the real picture of you. The real picture of you. Yeah, yeah. I know this might be a little bit cliche, trying to choose the right words to phrase it, but I'm addicted to your smile. Haven't seen it in a while. Got me wanting to arrange a visit. We both know, I know you feel it. Afraid to show, girl, just admit it. Can't so forward, mind to a royal blush, and we'll cash it in. You give me some feeling. Oh, wow, wow, oh, 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 oh. Ooh, you give me some feeling. Say one more time now. Ooh, you give me some feeling. Ooh, yeah, yeah, hey, hey. Ooh, you give me some feeling. When I know, oh, let's put these games aside and watch your sunset tonight. Talk about the things that you like, girl. Talk about the things that we like and we like. Yeah, 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 yeah. Find a way to the you inside of you. Wanna know the girl behind the self-portrait that you drew. Yeah, the real picture of you. The real picture of you. Yeah, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Let's put these games all aside and watch your sunset tonight. Talk about the things that you like, girl. Talk about the things that we like and we like. Yeah, 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 yeah. Find a way to the you inside of you. Wanna know the girl behind the self-portrait that you drew. Yeah, the real picture of you. The real picture of you. Yeah. Whoa.
It's up to you what you wanna do in this lonely summer night. Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes. It's alright, everything will be okay. Up to you what you wanna do in this lonely summer night. Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes.
Antes di niga Radzauds and malak estrezas durante todo memu a no que distancia como cupo que palo Zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Atten fanni bandera Kau esta pagua pumalalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi Samoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibai isla sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibai isla sin parat todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
couldn't. Baby, I know that you've been wondering. Oh, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, hey. The way you look tonight, that second glass of wine got me thinking. Ooh, there's something about the kiss. Boy, you didn't mean it. Got me thinking. I'm thinking. One of the things that I've been feeling. Oh, it's time you hear it. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. You know, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, you got all of me, and I belong to you. You're my everything. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, hey, in case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know.
Good morning, Guam. Right on.
Nice one.
Hi, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Right on.
Ah,
626.
you really put some
Little-
oomph into that.
I'm back in my zone. Hi, guys. Hey, good morning, Facebook Live. Yes, we're working on the internet. There's a whole lot of people online on the island of Guam. Just be grateful you live in America, where your bandwidth is like 68 million, okay? Count your blessings. There are alternatives. I know you want to see how handsome Jason looks this morning, but you can also jump on the Breeze, 93.9. It's called a radio. And also we jump on KUAM TV at 8 in the morning with a show at 6:26 on this 29th day of September. It is a Wednesday. Brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning. Here's who's coming up. Senator Sabina Paris, Procurement Chair. Reverend Tax, she also oversees the Department of Labor. So we'll talk to her about just a whole bunch of stuff. Dr. Hoa Wen, the former Physicians Advisory Group chairman, is coming on. Eating his words. He came on Friday and he was saying, yeah, it does look like we're plateauing and all over the whole weekend. By Sunday, he was like, man, okay. Oops. Yeah, I'm sorry, Governor. This is not the plateau we want to be on. I'm sorry. I can't get used to... And, a 16-year-old child died of COVID. Yeah. And all they got was a couple sentences out of the JIC release. And I just think that is a travesty. It is. And to tell the people of Guam to just get used to it, it's insane. I'm sorry. I refuse to get used to it. I'm just not going to be okay with people getting sick and dying. It's not going to happen not on my watch. 628. Good morning. Yeah, so obviously another bad day with COVID. We're getting Superintendent John Fernandez on this morning, 8:30. Also, we'll do the greater good. And Mayor Luis Rivera. Guys, it's so crucial. I'm just hearing all kinds of stories. I heard a story from a family friend relating to his in-laws, and this is a big family up in Jigo where they had a family member was one of these DOAs where he was sick for a few days, didn't want to go to the hospital, was coughing, and then they just found him dead. Tested positive for COVID. The whole family, even the kids, ended up testing positive. So these little stories, I got little stories. I know you guys out there got little stories. Everyone has a story about COVID right now. And we did have Dr. Bob LG on yesterday. He's the interim acting chief medical officer, and he again reiterated that this thing is going to spread until the unvaccinated and the vaccinated alike apparently get that natural immunity. That's the plan, guys. I don't know if you're okay with that, but, if that's the goal, we should just all go run out and get COVID then and get this thing over with so that the unvaccinated can go to the movies and enjoy a nice theater experience. It's 6:29. Yes, we're going to have all that coming up on the show this morning. Look who got some new headphones.
I'm just borrowing them because mine broke.
Ooh, sparkly.
A day.
These are Tyler's.
Hey.
Bedazzled to the max. Happy
Bling, bling. Da, 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 bling, bling.
Between Sabrina's rainbow headphones, her red mask, and her Notorious B.I.G. shirt.
Can we see that?
Don't be ragging on my.
ragging?
No, not that's
whoa,
good. Wait,
whoa, whoa.
so
Back
is that a picture of a young Christopher Wallace? Is that
Ragging. Hello.
that Biggie Smalls? But yeah,
I
nice.
lived Notorious B.I.G. Bree. We were there.
Whether we remember it or not, we
were there straight up. Real time, guys. Real time. All right.
Shout out to any of our Link fam in Brooklyn right now.
That's what we're going to do this morning,
We gotta get a
guys.
shot of that brief.
Okay, so Zara Cachero's asking, does anyone know who sings this cover? I assume you're talking about the one we started the show with, in case you didn't know.
Zara is from New York City, by the way.
Right.
So
That's performed by Micronation is the name of the group, the band. Okay. At 6:30. You ready? Let's go ahead and get into the news now as we got a jam-packed show. Mayor Luis Rivera is going to jump on. I remember the mayors are doing an outreach with the COVID, so I want to get her on because I feel like there's a lot of people that are hard to reach. So we want to try and do our part to get the message out there, to go out and get tested, to know your status, to don't wait until it's too late. That's all coming up here. 6:31, brought to you by Pacific Points. Our first look at news at 6:31 with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off today, everybody. The number of COVID fatalities increases and triple-digit positives, but the CAR score, it continues to drop. The Joint Information Center last night reporting 3 new COVID-19 related fatalities occurring between September 26th and the 28th. The 193rd COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GRMC on the 26th. The patient was a 16-year-old male. He was unvaccinated with underlying health conditions. The 194th COVID-19 related fatality occurred at Naval Hospital on the 26th. The patient was a 43-year-old man fully vaccinated with underlying health conditions. He had tested positive on the 18th. The 195th COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GRMC on the 28th. The patient was a 71-year-old man unvaccinated, also with underlying health conditions. 70 people are now hospitalized for COVID-19. 15 patients are receiving ICU level of care. 10 are on ventilators. Out of the 70 hospitalizations, 37 are unvaccinated. The vaccination status of 7 unknown, 26 vaccinated. Public Health reports 169 new cases of COVID from tests performed on of 1,659 tests performed on the 27th. 28 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 14,705 officially reported cases Again, 195 deaths, 3,361 cases are in isolation, and there have been 11,149 recoveries. The CAR score is 22.2. The Guam Department of Education confirms 4 employees tested positive, 1 at MU Lujan Elementary School, and 3 separate cases were identified at the Tizen Central Office. To date, a total of 119,017, that's 87% of Guam's eligible population, is fully vaccinated. Governor Lulian Guerrero has extended her public health emergency declaration for Guam another 30 days. According to Executive Order 2021-24, which she signed late yesterday, it is extended until October 29th. The new EO also clarifies that all RISE program payments are not subject to garnishments. It also waives all licensing requirements, permits, or fees for healthcare professionals directly responding to the public health emergency. In regional news, booster shots are now available for those living in the CNMI. The Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation announced Tuesday evening that the Pfizer vaccine booster is available for people aged 65 and older, ages 18 to 64 with underlying health conditions, and those between 18 to 64 years old who are at risk or increased risk for COVID-19 exposure and transmission due to occupational or institutional settings. There's no word yet on what's happening here. Japan will lift emergency coronavirus measures across the board at the end of this week amid a dramatic fall in cases and rapid progress in its vaccination rollout. The Prime Minister, Yoshihide Suga, said restrictions in 27 of Japan's 47 prefectures would end Thursday, but bars and restaurants may not immediately return to business as usual, as experts warn that complacency could spark another wave of infections this winter. Omi Shigeru, the government's top medical advisor, says lifting of the emergency doesn't mean we are 100% free. The government should send a clear message to the people that we can only relax gradually. It will be the first time since early April that none of Japan's 47 prefectures is subject to emergency restrictions. Some concerns among parents and schools have been raised in regards to COVID-19 testing for students upon the return for in-person learning. Here's Isaiah Uggan with more.
To resume face-to-face learning, schools must submit a COVID-19 screening testing plan to the Department of Public Health and Social Services as an added COVID-layered mitigation effort by October 1st. Guahan Academy Charter School Chief Executive Officer Dr. Judith Wampat said in an exclusive interview with KUAM News that the plan will be ready and submitted to Public Health by the deadline. Wampat expressed that she is not too concerned with the guidelines, but with the liability.
You know, my nurse was giving this scenario, and so did my principal, saying that, you know, sometimes what we do as parents is we hold down our children, right, if they're going to be immunized. And then what if in this particular case, we're talking about, swabbing the children's, nose to, for the testing. And they're concerned that if a child should squirm, kick, scream, whatever, and then, an accident should happen as a result of, trying to get a swab. What are the liabilities for faculty and staff?
Wampat pointed out that in the plan, staff who are conducting the test would also be swabbed for COVID as well. Testing would occur every other weekend for 10% of the student population. Wampat noted that students who don't consent to testing will continue to attend classes.
If we're not going to test the children, then it would mean the children will continue with the status quo, meaning that they would be online. And then the other number of children are on hard copies, that we will continue that at least for the time being.
Meanwhile, a survey recently conducted by GAC so far displays that many parents would rather have their children stay online. Also, many are starting to say that because they don't want their child to get tested, that they wish to remain online as well. No numbers are available yet, according to Wampat. Parents' response to COVID testing will be the determining factor as to when GACs will resume face-to-face learning. The COVID testing plan won't be enforced until then.
It's not going to be implemented until such time that we are face-to-face.
Out of 765 students, some 200 students are doing assignments via hard copies, while the rest remain online. Operations will remain the same until further notice. Since the start of the school year, 5 students and 2 staff have contracted the virus so far. Out of 80 staff, only 6 are unvaccinated. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Agun.
And now with more news, here's Daniel Perez.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa and good morning, everyone. I'm Daniel Perez with your headlines here on The Link. In a session on Tuesday, senators discussed a bill to fund a new 21st century healthcare center to replace the Guam Memorial Hospital. The governor has identified the project as one of her administration's top priorities. Bill sponsor, Senator Joe San Augustine.
It is right for us to ensure we are providing for the most basic needs of our community without jeopardizing the safety of those involved. It has been a long time for us to realize such an opportunity to enhance our healthcare facilities.
The governor has said she will set aside $300 million in American Rescue Plan funds for the project, while Congressman Michael San Nicolas has identified a possible $340 million grant from the Interior Department. The Army Corps of Engineers estimates a new hospital would cost about $745 million. The governor says she would use both pots of money to help fund the center, but San Nicolas says to use the $345 million and free up the $300 for other needs. Meanwhile, the bill calls for a portion of earned income tax credit reimbursements to be set aside to pay for a build, lease, and transfer deal. Office of Finance and Budget Director Steve Guerrero.
We estimated $55.8 million to be received in EITC tax. Of that 55, we set aside $35 million for the hospital and $5 million for DOC.
Deliberation on the bill was cut short after Senator Tello Taitigui asked for a Revan tax representative. Discussions are expected to continue when a DRT rep is available. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The Port Authority confirms 2 employees have tested positive for COVID. According to a release, both employees are fully vaccinated. The first employee tested positive over the weekend. The port's contact tracing team identified 1 employee that was exposed but tested negative. Last night, another employee tested positive. 19 close contacts were identified and will be scheduled for testing. As of today, 95% of port employees are fully vaccinated, 2% have received the first vaccine dose, and 3% are not vaccinated. October is nationally known as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Locally, it's remembered as Family Violence Awareness Month. Guam's coalition is holding events to honor those affected. KUAM's Hannah Devanzo has this report.
Guam's Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence is inviting the community to join their Zoom events on October 1st at 2:30 p.m. These include a virtual silent witness ceremony, a presentation of the proclamation and of the legislative resolution. Father Mike Chrysostomo of St. Anthony's Catholic Church in Tamuning will be leading them.
The silent witness ceremony is really it's an opportunity for the families of victims who have died to get together, to remember, recall the stories of their loved ones, those who have given of their lives. And it's a moment where we show support for the families of these victims, but also to remember their names, remember their stories.
While Guam's coalition is actively fighting against violence in the community, the Guam's Police Department's Domestic Assault Response Team reports that in 2020, there were over 1,000 victims. Cynthia Cabot, Executive Director of Guam's Coalition, has seen an increase of people affected.
This continues to be an issue in our community, and there really has not been any decrease despite the pandemic, but it is certainly a concern.
Although the numbers are growing, the Guam Coalition is not giving up. They hope the events this month will help raise awareness for their services to further support victims of violence.
We hope that we can help put an end to this, and we hope that victims who are out there hear the voice of support and of help, that they're not alone and that we are here with them.
To participate in the Zoom events on Friday, visit Guam's Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence's website to find the Zoom link. In addition, the coalition is holding a Waves in the Village event on October 20. Residents can show their support by driving by the villages of Jigo, Dedido, Tamuning, Barrigada, Manilao, Hagatnya, Jetnya, and Pidi at 5 p.m. and honk their horns. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah Devanzo.
In regional news, the CNMI Superior Court dismisses the lawsuit involving 9 firefighters on Saipan who are choosing to not get vaccinated. Our Tomas Maglotnya reports.
It is unfortunate that we have to lose good firefighters through this process. To be clear, it was never the governor's nor my intention to go through this level of enforcement. That was Department of Fire and Emergency Medical Services Commissioner Dennis Mendiola writing in a statement late last night. It's in response to the Sinamay Superior Court's dismissal of a lawsuit waged by 9 terminated firefighters who choose not to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. The court explaining that the firefighters' next course of action ought to be through proceedings under the Civil Service Commission. The initial termination sent to the firefighters was issued in March after Governor Torres mandated that all executive branch employees and activity heads be vaccinated a month prior. Commissioner Mendiola writes in part, "As firefighters, we are charged with the great responsibility of ensuring the safety of our community, and that starts with us to protect ourselves through vaccination before answering the call of duty." He says, "I wish there was another way. However, we are still in a state of emergency." Meanwhile, only those with medical or religious reasons are exempt from the mandate. Tomas Maglotnya for KUAM News.
KUAM has reached out to one of the firefighters for comments. As of Tuesday morning, the Sinamay has had a total of 267 cases of COVID-19, most of which are travelers testing positive upon arrival in mandatory quarantine at a government facility. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime. Now back to the Link Studio with Chris, Bree, Joser, and Jason.
Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Former Jotnya Mayor Jesse Bloss has filed a motion for sentence reduction for compassionate release. The former mayor was sentenced in January in federal court related to drug charges. Specifically, he was accepting bribes so that meth could be smuggled into Guam through cluster mailboxes outside his office. Bloss is scheduled for release in May of 2022, but is asking to get out of prison sooner because of medical reasons and that he has high-risk factors for contracting COVID. Bloss has been held in a medium security facility in California since June, but is supposed to serve time in a minimum security federal camp. The former mayor writes in his motion that the fact that he's been held in a transit facility in California for more than 90 days is even more unsafe than normal prison conditions. While he's been there, he's seen hundreds of prisoners come and go, thus increasing his risk. He's also had 7 different cellmates in the time he's been there. A hearing has been scheduled for November 3rd. A 40-year-old man who fled from police last week after being pulled over was finally arrested. Last Wednesday, police pulled over Zachary John San Augustine Manabusan after his car matched a description of being involved in a disturbance in Dededo. After it was determined he had an outstanding warrant, the police tried to stop him from fleeing. He held onto the driver's side door. A struggle ensued. Manabusan then tried to take the officer's gun. The officer pulled back from the car and fell on the road while Manabusan sped off. On Monday, he turned himself into Superior Court marshals for the warrant. Police on Tuesday were then able to take him into custody and arrest him on the recent case. He was arrested on multiple charges to include aggravated assault, resisting arrest, assault on a police officer, and disarming a peace officer. He was booked and confined. Top Pentagon leaders are being grilled by members of Congress. The U.S. Defense Secretary, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the head of Central Command are testifying publicly for the first time since the chaotic U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan and the Taliban's rapid takeover. Natalie Brand reports.
Is that fair?
Facing questions about the chaotic final weeks in Afghanistan and the suicide bombing that killed 13 American service members and 169 Afghans, top military leaders gave their account before lawmakers for the first time publicly.
The fact that the Afghan army that we and our partners trained simply melted away, in many cases without firing a shot, took us all by surprise.
What did we miss?
We absolutely missed the rapid 11-day collapse of the Afghan military and the collapse of their government. I think one of the key factors we missed it for was we pulled our advisors off 3 years ago.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin laid out challenges facing troops on the ground during the withdrawal and evacuation.
Extreme heat, a landlocked country, no government, a highly dynamic situation on the ground, and an active, credible, and lethal terrorist threat.
The defense secretary also testified his judgment remains that staying in Afghanistan past August would have greatly imperiled his people and the U.S. mission.
The Taliban made clear that their cooperation would end on the 1st of September.
General Milley, it's your testimony that you recommended 2,500 troops approximately stay in Afghanistan?
I don't share my personal recommendations to the president, but I can tell you my personal opinion and my assessment if that's what you want.
Yes, please.
Yes, my assessment was back in the fall of 20 and remain consistent throughout that we should keep a steady state of 2,500.
Pentagon leaders also defended what they described as the largest airlift in U.S. history that transported more than 120,000 people, but acknowledged they're still working to evacuate some Americans who want to leave. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, Capitol Hill. Capitol Hill.
With your news in tomorrow, here is Ken Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get soon to be finod sa morning ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Iginin mahudyon niya si Jesse Blas sa mga motion para maribaha isentensyan niya sa purason mina arsi dan misericordia. Masentensyan ni Federal si Blas gi Enero na mes por kausan veneno. Para mas klaro, sa pwede man aksepta bribe siya para malife di meth na bineno halom guahan gi kahon ni Meo gi sanhitong yung oficinan niya. Mas keto si Blas para ma-release gi monzo na mes gi 2022 sa sakan. Lumamami sa para masota taftaf para son minalango za sangan na sentar kaluoy raskaw para uninadzi ni COVID. Maprepreso si Blas gi minimum security na tribunal gi sa California disdi Hunyo na mes. Lo David yu isadbi tempon niya gi minimum security na lugar. Atugi si Blas gi sa niya motion na pun mapolo gi transit na fasilitidad gi sa California para mas gi 90 dias di seguridad sa na lugar tagi kondisyon na natural na sagan mapreso. Mientras gagi gwi a 10% siya na prisionero ni man mafatu sa manahanaw sa podadzo inatisay riskaw para gwita. Asangan mas na siyati bahi matulay kagat sotsong niya gi kwarton niya desya ni matugi gwi higwato na lugar. Mas asunto, intingwa na lamigay gizam so insesyon na tanhin na noy na pas tax return zagwahan nebo mas na informasyon. I-revenue and taxation sa para mapasihuzong 5 milyon pesos na refund bago na semana. Esti sa dididi mas ki 2,000 na inapas tax giadisiya na return ni man mafaw antes idea siya tigi Hunyo bago na sakan. Sanatang ko gagi tsek mizo gi email para esta matisfere guate gi sa mizo account gi ibanko. Otro mas artikulo, i-Archdiocese Agarnia sa iyo tempot niya ni Profan Manhire nuevo na superintendent ng Eskweleng Katoliko gi Isla. Según ni niya spokesperson si Tony Diaz, esta manggayit siya giuto mo na paso para maazikin nuevo na magas eskwela niya. Man ma-entrevista man aplika gi mapro na semana ni nabakante sa na posisyon as Dr. Juan Flores este Agosto na mes. Yuto mo na sunto gi finod sa moro para pago na Merkules gin ni KUAM News. Tazangin paron hana para itasigin mamamela na diya siya sa natan ko guahan na bugs jellyfish. The Division of Aquatic and Wildlife Resources gi Department of Agriculture sa mamanabeti na manggay gisempi gi itasin ni Isla disti Huwebes estay Domingo. Tazangin undi masem matay zagay gi inay eskapati sa mandidalog ni Senfuti. Agang in Division of Aquatic and Wildlife Resources giseti 5-02-8289. Para Guam News Network, Gualsikin Concepcion. Yasuto gi finod sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society. Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Magonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Forever, and when I say always, it seems to be never. And well, I don't wanna I've been thrown around, I've been tossed up to the sky. On my way back down, there was this girl on the street, searching for that beat, the top to bring that killer bass with that melody. You see my mind flow, hear my thoughts flow. You hear my words churning while my rivers overflow. Cause she's looking for love in all the wrong places, searching for love in all the dark spaces. Looking around, but there's too many faces. Girl, you know you want to replace this love. This love. And I don't wanna live like this forever. And when I say always, seems to be never. And
Good morning. I was sitting here waiting for Sabrina to come back, but she went to go drop her boy to school.
So drive safely, Bree.
Yeah, right on.
And do great in school today, Brock, and all of the Raiders at St. Anthony.
It's 6:58. Tatuha Mayor Luis Rivera joins us in the KUAM News Zoom room. Tumuning Tumon Harmon. Good morning, Mayor.
Off day. Good morning. Good morning, Guam.
Bananas of Duos.
Try bananas of Duos.
Mayor, I wanted to catch up with you because, since the mayors you guys started this effort to kind of do outreach in the villages, whether by door to door, in some cases we saw with the MTM Mayor Rudy Paco, others phone banking, calling some of these village residents who are hard to reach, and kind of the impetus behind this whole thing was that we were seeing people dying at home, showing up at the hospital way too late, and so you guys know your villages, and that was the effort, was to get you guys to outreach and to get people tested and to give them information. So we just wanted to kind of catch up with you, because I know there's a hell of a lot of apartments in Tumuning Tumon Harmon, so there's a lot of outreach that you probably have to do. And I'm thinking that a lot of these people who are getting sick and especially dying at home, they're probably in the lower socioeconomic brackets, right? So really just want to get the word out as much as we can, Mayor. So if we could just start with the status of how that outreach effort has been for you and your office.
Okay, well, I know that there has been many calls, but then again, with the information that we were giving out just to go to the tier 2 clinics and all that, we were seeing the difficulty in trying to get in to get tested there because appointments needed to be made, and then there was still an administrative fee. They were saying it's free. When we had a conversation with the doctors, it was like, oh, no problem, just, they can go there. But then, so now we're really pushing that people go up to Teaden to get tested, or to the health centers, to the Southern Health Center. So as they are advertising in the Joint Information Center news, what comes out on JIC, that's where we're telling them to go. If there's any issues, if they're feeling like they're having flu-like symptoms, or they're feeling sick, we're telling them to call their doctors, make sure they see if they can be seen at their clinics, but just don't wait. So that's the message that's going out. So a lot of the response has been good. Saying that they appreciate our calls, and then there was of course if there's no symptoms, then there's no worry. So we just tell them to monitor and be alert on what the symptoms are, and again, always take care of yourself and be safe.
Was there some kind of communication breakdown? Because you're right. I mean, when this first came out and we spoke with Mayor Allig, that was one of the points, was that it was free testing. And so I wonder, when you call these residents and you tell them about go get tested, do any of them say, why would I want to go line up for 3 hours at Teaden?
Well, we get different kind of responses, about, oh, I'm doing fine here at home, so I don't want to go and get tested, because they're saying that even just the the long wait is making them sick, and so there's been also positive remarks about when people have gone to get tested, like it was very smooth, it was fast, there wasn't much people there at the time, so everybody has their different opinions and comments about it. So that's what I'm glad that we're able to hear the different things and different issues.
When you hear about all these dead on arrivals in the news and all the COVID-related fatalities, do you kind of realize how serious this effort is for you guys, Mayor? Because they're tasking you guys with. I mean, it's pretty heavy when you think about it. You could be saving lives potentially if you reach those people who maybe don't even know they're sick and need to get tested and find out their status and then get the appropriate care they need. I mean, it's pretty important what you guys are doing. I was thinking about it last night.
It is very important, and even us, we're human too, and so it's a great concern because we have people just getting sick all over the place, and so there's a lot of stuff that is going on, and sometimes we don't have all the answers for it. We just got to do the best that we can. And that's why, I always tell you, I'm always at church praying because, I don't have the answers for everything. I can't solve everything, but, there's, the power of prayer. And so, we just continue to do our part and talk to people and make sure that they're getting the information that they need. And going house to house, I mean, we've thought about that, but that's even difficult. I mean, we're already doing that when we do the delivery of meals or homework or, food commodities. There's just so many different things going on. We're always out there, where we have to be available for people, if they need to talk to us. And so I don't mind doing that. It's just, I ask everyone to please continue to respect each other and, social distance and still bring their concerns to us. They can call in. We're, of course, we're doing email for verifications, whatever, information they need. I put my cell phone number out there or, all the information, different ways to get a hold of me or the staff here. So that we can better help them and, continue to help out in the community.
Mayor, what everyone's talking about since last night, though, is this Joint Information Center release. So one of the fatalities, COVID-related fatalities, 16-year-old boy.
It's very sad, and I'm worried about a lot of things, about, how people are taking care of themselves and what they can do to talk to their children. I mean, I still see people out there, the kids going to school, walking to and from, the bus stops, and there's just a lot of things going on. And so we continue to work together and reach out, to families to please, do what you can to stay safe, because there's a lot of children too that will come around our facilities. They want to play basketball or, go skating or, any things like that. They don't realize, you can't, you just don't do that. They should do everything they can to stay safe and be at home, but they're walking around without their mask. They think it's okay to just go and bother the other kids in the neighborhood, when parents are trying to keep, their family safe, and then you have other people coming and knocking on the door and wanting them to come out to play. So a lot of information and education needs to be given out to them. Find ways to make them understand how severe this issue is. This virus, we can't see it, And so just they have to just be alert and find ways to keep yourself busy. Read a book, watch videos, watch TV. Whatever it takes to enjoy not being out there to to be, you never know who has it, and they may not be showing any symptoms. With me, I go places, I go to the stores, I go to church, I'm here at work, but I always have to be alert and monitor, are they sneezing? Are they coughing? Is their nose leaking? How are you feeling? Do you taste? How does that food taste? But
Mayor, are you guys finding it common though when you call these houses that people are positive? Because I'm hearing from the other mayors that's what's happening is when they're calling around, people are like, "Oh yeah, we're positive here."
Yes, and it's very sad, because we don't see it, and then they start telling us their stories about like, I'm not feeling anything, I'm freaking out, I must have caught this from work, so a lot of people are calling us asking, where is the testing site? How can they get tested? Because somebody in their workplace, was given, their notice that there's a positive member, in their family or, their workplace. So I think we need more testing sites, and to come out and, I think people are also looking for something closer, issues like that. Yeah.
Well, they stood up, is it Monday and Fridays, Jess, Southern Public Health for testing? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's Mondays and Fridays at Inalahan, the Southern Regional Community Health Center at Public Health. Of course, Monday through Saturday, the Old Tees and Carnival Grounds. You guys know that, 8 to noon.
Yes.
Well, Mayor, please keep up the work. You never know. You might reach somebody who really needed to be reached, so keep it up.
Thank you. I will do my best. But also, I wanted to share with everyone that, we are working together with Guam Rexall Drugs and the Guam Pharmacists Association in having booster shots. This is scheduled for this coming Sunday, October 3rd at our Tumaning Community Senior Center. Our center is undergoing renovations at this time, so we're going to do the best we can to make sure everybody's comfortable and safe, but this is also another place that they can go for their vaccine, here in the community.
Congratulations, Mayor. I'd like to ask you a question if I could, because we had Mayor Jesse Allig on last week, and when he was first talking about the outreach event, he was saying, if there are volunteers needed, you can contact your mayor's office directly. Because you are dealing with such, densely populated neighborhoods, like dozens of them, and you're basically covering 3 villages and everything. Have you a very strong need at this point for more volunteers to help with the outreach effort?
We are always appreciative of volunteers that come out to assist us. It really depends on which way and what kind. Because of the pandemic, there's different issues, we're dealing with. We used to have a lot of the kids come over, from our different groups, cultural dance groups, are a lot of the, Manumko too will come out, from our Zumba, different associations and organizations that we deal with.
Sure.
But at this time, because of the way we can't see this virus and we don't know who's carrying and all that, we're limiting it to different things. I mean, if they want to do volunteer work, I would give them a special project, a certain area where they can, like I'll just be in touch with them on what needs to be done, and then, their start time and their completion time, cleanups, painting, stuff like that. Okay, this will be their project, and then we can video everything, to document it and justify and verify things.
How about for the phone banking, like for the, for the outreach effort? Do you need some more people to work the phones?
Well, we're right now we have a staff of 4 people that are doing calling. And so, I mean, right now we're okay with it. We're, in a way, we have so many people to contact, so we're just dealing with the registry that we have and, those that have come in to register. A lot of the information that have come in are, like those that are updated. We're very happy about like those that, how Revenue Tax has required that they give a verification of residency for, for their Guam ID or driver's license.
Mm-hmm.
So, that information is really, what we have, our latest one, with all that coming in. But then again, there's a lot of contact numbers that are no longer working,
Sure.
That we're dealing with. So, but, we'll continue to call out and reach out to people on, all the different things
good luck to the 4 people you have working for you, because that's a lot of calls to make. And
right. And Mayor, so Sunday you're doing the booster shot.
That's great news.
That's also good news.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. You take care, everyone.
You take care. That's the.
We'll do
luck.
My best.
All right. Hey, we're coming back with Senator Sabina Perez next right here on The Link. Good morning is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Nagloña every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home. Because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to The Link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Nagloña every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home. Because what happens in the Pacific matters.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and
can get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
All right, we're back. 7:19. The Joint Information Center reporting last night. Our positivity rate continues at 10% and higher. 169 positive tests. We also see 70 hospitalized, 15 in the ICU, 37 unvaxxed, 26 vaxxed. That CAR score, what a big mystery that is. Things getting worse and the CAR score is getting better. I really think that, I don't know who's calculating the CAR score, but it really does seem like Dr. Cabrera maybe didn't give him the whole formula, and maybe he's off wherever he is, saying, how do they get a 22.2 out of that? Huh? And also we had 3 fatalities reported last night, Jay?
Yes, very, very tragic,
Right.
including, and like what has been the topic of many discussions on social media. One of those fatalities, a 16-year-old young man.
Right. Yeah, and that's what a lot of people are. I mean, these deaths, 11 deaths in this week alone.
And not
really,
to take away anything from the other 2 people
Yeah, of
that
course.
lost their lives, obviously, but like when it is someone that young and everything, I mean it makes a really big emotional impact.
Yeah, and they did say in the JIC release that he had underlying comorbidities, right? But I mean, 16 is 16, guys. I have an 18-year-old son, and we're starting to see some of these deaths track younger. There was also a 40-year-old.
Yes.
Right? So, I mean, I'm 47. And just for this to be called a plateau, to me, it's insane. And for the highest elected official in our land to tell the media that people just need to get used to it.
I mean, if you think about it in a historical context too, what we've been through over the last 19 months now, remember when there were several deaths that we all collectively as a community grieved last year, and then when we had that one that I believe it was a female that was 33.
Yeah.
That was a couple months in. Like everybody was really
Yeah.
shocked by that.
Right, right.
Really,
And
and then there was also a young child too, I believe.
Correct, 10-year-old.
10-year-old.
Right.
I thought it was
yeah,
8, but yeah, 10-year-old.
And so I know that this 16-year-old fatality has got a lot of parents talking about face-to-face education and what this death means. We already know that we're tracking a lot of youth positives. Well, I mean, both in the prior surge and this one. That's a fact, right? So we'll get Superintendent John Fernandez on this morning. He's anticipated to go through the testing plan that GDOE has. I know a lot of parents concerned, maybe is a good way to put it, about their kids getting tested at school. we see some comments, and we also saw a story Isaiah Uggan did about Guam Academy Charter School, where they're saying that parents don't want to have their kids subjected to testing, so they're just keeping them home. So that's another thing that's pretty interesting. At 7:22, let's get in with Senator Sabina Perez. Definitely a lot going on the COVID front. Senator, your take on it?
Yeah, good morning, Chris. Good morning to the listening audience. Yeah, I think that we should be in a higher level of PCOR, considering the overload to our hospitals. In the media and the news, they're overburdened and overstressed, and we really need to work as a community to lessen that burden. I think that vaccinations are important, but we cannot be overly reliant on them. I think this disease is much different than a typical flu, and what it's showing us is that our community is sick, and it definitely affects those that have comorbidities greater. It affects our elderly. If we are to protect our people who are very sick, I think it's important that we raise the level of alert and protection. Vaccinations can only help so much, but it's not going to protect, as you see, our most vulnerable, which we were so focused on in the very beginning, the pre-vaccination stage. We were very focused on that, and I think we need to keep our eye on that. We see in the paper, our loved ones pass away, and perhaps that could have been prevented had we been in a stronger alert. Coming from a medical background, I see the advantages of biohazard training as a clinician. And I think this should be mainstreamed. Treating everything as a biohazard is important. How to handle biohazards. I think this should be a more commonplace training for everybody. And, our resources are limited, so we really need to allocate them to the areas that are going to be most effective. So including that type of training, including emergency response teams. Our families, we live in multi-generational families. And so if one person brings it home, say from school, from work, they're running their errands and bringing it back to their households, it's going to affect the most vulnerable, much more. And so what needs to happen is those that come in contact, know that they've come in contact with someone who's positive. We need to have those resources to allow them to isolate or to, quarantine themselves from their family members. It's a sad thing to see that, we're seeing this affect our closest ones. So there are other tools. We should not be over-reliant on vaccination. We need to do other things to prevent this. And, we need to adapt. If we're going to survive, we need to adapt appropriately. We cannot, we need to work this together. Our hospitals are being overburdened. I remember seeing this in the very beginning. We were so concerned about getting enough capacity for our medical care system. And now we're revisiting that. It's happening all over again, but with a different response. There's not a strong response as we did in the beginning. We have more tools, but we need to be more consistent about how we use them.
You're right. There's definitely a lot of inconsistency, like what you said about protecting the elderly. We're seeing so many elderly die in this surge, and I just feel like our government has checked out on the Mononco. Sorry, I hate to say, but that's what it seems like. And Senator, I know that you've got a lot of stuff that's non-COVID going on, and I kind of wanted to start because I know you have an informational hearing Monday with Department of Labor, and it's kind of relative to PUA ending and workforce training programs. But I saw an article this morning. It was interesting because it's something that we had discussed on the show weeks back, and this is the indefinite suspension of this subsidized hiring program that the governor had touted to the different chamber organizations back during when they had an economic forum. Remember, before all this, there was an economic forum, and it was something like GovGuam would hire these workers into the private sector and subsidize like a significant amount of their salary and earnings up to a certain point, and it was meant to kind of just transition people from PUA and being out of work into returning to the workforce. Unfortunately, though, that program has been suspended, as Labor Director Dave Della Sola has told us. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, because it kind of seemed like that was a good one.
Yeah, so I remember Director Dave Della Sola mentioning that was on hold because they wanted to roll out the $20 million pandemic assistance plan for businesses. So instead of implementing that the businesses would have to apply through GIDA to get money to pay for salaries, and I guess they deferred to GIDA because that program has more flexibility. So in addition to paying for salaries, they can pay for other of their needs, such as paying bills like utilities and such. But I think too, what I want to point out is so there's something that I'm really interested in bringing how to bring our workforce back to or at least diversifying our workforce. I think there's opportunities here to do that, and that's something I want to really focus on during the informational hearing. Because in addition, because right now a lot of the jobs are heavily tourist reliant, and I think through this program that GIDA has, in addition to another bill that I introduced regarding providing more money towards boot camps, workforce development, we can help create the jobs or at least diversify our economy at this point. So I was doing the math, 8,000, according to the latest Department of Labor statistics, there's roughly about 8,000 of those that are unemployed, that are counted as unemployed. And so if you think about boot camps being 20 per class, you divide that's roughly, so yeah, you can get, I believe 400, you need 400 classes. And how to do that is really diversifying the training programs. I mean, on Department of Labor's apprenticeship programs, they have roughly about 500 different types of apprentices. About 300 of those are on demand. So there's a demand for them. So if we can spread the trainers to these different fields, we can eventually diversify our education through these diversification of the training programs. And so I did, since I've introduced that bill to give more money to these programs, I did get some feedback that there should be others involved, so that like the Guam Trades Academy and all the other trainers, and I think that works really well with the plan that I have, is to expand the trainings, and by doing so, we're getting people back to work. We can get people back to work. Plus, there are a lot of jobs out there that are not being filled. So I think this informational hearing will be very important to highlight the opportunity as PUA is ending.
Right on.
I wanted to ask about the status of your bill related to Guam EPA. Was that brought up during session?
Oh, which bill?
Yeah, she has like 85 EPA bills.
Is this the one regarding the Bill 162, the one about the special funds, or is this
I think it's
one
the punishment, or the cap on the fines for enforcement.
Okay, that's Speaker's bill, so that's moved to the third. It's moved to the voting file.
I see.
Yeah, so it's on its way.
I wanted to ask for your 2 cents on this, and just to give you a little bit of timeline, it's like the public auditor, BJ Cruz, came out with this audit relative to the first round of hotel procurement, and the audit found $3 million in question costs, non-compliance with local law, and possible conflict of interest on the part of the main performer of this procurement, the governor's son-in-law and former legal counsel. Anyway, long story short, that was a couple months back. We had Senator Frank Blas. He's written a bunch of letters to the AG. Haven't been able to get the AG on. Finally got him on. Finally got a chance to ask him about this thing. And he kind of went off and he said, oh, well, the Senator Blas can do stuff about it. They're not doing anything. Public auditor, he can do things too. Why is everybody coming down on me? But we went through this. I feel like we already did this. I mean, when you talk about the legislative remedies, I guess one of them would be an oversight hearing. But we went through this oversight hearing, which was hell on wheels and then some. right? So this is an issue I feel like is probably close to your heart because it was very closely examined and picked apart and everything way last year in those oversight hearings. So I just wanted to get your take on this kind of back and forth about whether or not the AG will move on any of these items that the audit found.
Yeah, so, I've had experience with Attorney Camacho previously, and I know that when he does weigh, he weighs the, whether it, the winnability of a case, right? That's one of the things they look at in any suit. What are the chances of winning? I think that's definitely one of the considerations. But I think also the public auditor still has to complete his audit regarding the use of funds, whether it was properly used, and that's forthcoming. And I remember in our previous, one of the previous interviews we had with Attorney Brown present, he did mention that any taxpayer has standing to sue if there is evidence to show that any government employee did not do their fiduciary responsibility or improperly spent government money. So that is also in the books in regards to lawsuits. So yeah, that's one way to address that, I guess, impasse.
Yeah. Oh, do you think it's a winnable case?
That is for the legal mind to decide and argue. Obviously, that's and the judge to determine the results.
Well, let me ask you this: when we talk about one of the remedies, oversight hearing, I mean, are you even considering, or did you feel like there was anything that you didn't get the answer to in that first oversight hearing relative to the hotel procurement?
Yes, there was quite a bit, I think. I think one of the problems was the use by the Attorney General. They did not want to, I guess, provide direct answers to many of the questions that I asked because they were assisting with the procurement. Anything over $500,000, $500,000 has to be reviewed by the AG. And so, yes, there is a conflict of interest, potential conflict of interest, as the auditor had mentioned, if the AG's office is reviewing these procurements. That is an issue.
I'll say.
You did mention the speaker's bill, but you also had a bill was introduced around the same time. Hers was 165, yours was 166, right?
Yes, 166 is a funding bill, and that had to have any hearing. I introduced that with the hopes that it would be included within the budget talks. But I think moving forward, it can hopefully be integrated into the next upcoming budget cycle. The idea was that their EPA is lacking many employees to enforce. They only have 4 people to enforce litter laws, and so amongst all their other mandates, they're definitely short. I would say a critical shortage, and this bill that I introduced would provide a huge increase in their budget to help address that concern. Many of the employees that come on board end up leaving because they get paid double or much more than what they get through their government position. So that is local government position. Federal government can pay much higher. So this would help give parity. I mean, the hope is that they can give parity. They can provide successional planning. Many of their employees are due to retire. I believe the administrator himself has a couple years before he can potentially retire. So this is really critical to start infusing Guam EPA with trained and qualified people to help enforce these very important laws that we have.
All right, thanks, Senator.
Great, thank you. Thank you so
Senator.
much.
Right on.
Have a good day and be safe.
You be safe too. Okay. There you go, Senator Sabina Perez, 7:37. Just a really quick break, and we're coming back with the former chair of the Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa Wen, next, right here on the link.
KUAM's
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hey, we did have some comments coming in hot on the Link Facebook live feed. Good morning, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, Jack in the Box. Proud to present this episode of the Link. It's Wednesday, Hump Day, September 29th. Here comes Halloween, although it's pretty scary every day already. Read some of these comments here. Dave Duenas comments, in a renewed mass public relations campaign should be done immediately. Look around, no real enforcement, especially with social distancing at the large establishments. P plus P, he's got a little formula here. P plus P, C plus 3 W's. Prevention, protection, sleep well, eat right, exercise, wear your mask, wash your hands, watch, and keep your distance. Chamarita Rages comments, and funny that we all became the link audio and media smart with science and health. When I was in school, virus categories was not really taught. It was mostly about physics and human nature. Now that the virus is out there, everyone are deep learners. I a day. And then there's a bunch of people referencing the governor's comment about just getting used to it. I think that was a big mistake for her to say that. It is what it is, though. 742, the former chair of the Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa Wen. We had you on last week, Doc, and you were talking about what you believed was a plateau in the numbers. But in talking to you over, since then, you're feeling a little bit differently this morning?
Yeah, I'm surprised that the number is still kind of so high. We're really different in the States for some reason. The Delta surge in the States seemed to die out about 5 to 6 weeks. And, you can see a lot of people in the state now that somewhat back to normal with, and a lot of events that have people don't wear any masks, but for some reason the Delta surge are coming down, trend downward in the state. But in Guam, I'm not quite sure what the difference is, but our numbers seem to be, keep up in the triple digit. And again, we are the highest ranked area in this, compared to the state at this point on our positivity rate. And it's a big concern, and not sure because our comorbidity or our family value that we'd like to get together so much, but this is really surprised that it's still triple digit, and that's something that we probably need to go out and really hammer on the 3W and again try to discourage people and control people on the gathering. We right now it's not in the company, it's just all on the home situation and the gathering. So we need to put some campaign out there somehow, but I don't see any campaign at this point. We really do need to go back to stress about the gathering, the social distance, the use of masks and washing your hand. And that's something we really have to do, because if not, with no further restriction that come in play, our people are going to suffer a lot.
Oh, they are suffering, Doc, but that apparently is the plan, is they can't stop the spread, so let it spread. We had Dr. Bob on yesterday. He said this current set of restrictions, I'm using my air quotes here because I don't believe they're really restrictions. They're absolutely not working at all. He said that, we're going to keep these in place until the unvaccinated get sick and we get the natural immunity.
There's a lot of people in life going to lose here if we continue to do that. So I think we really have to do something else besides what we do at this point. It's clearly it's not working to curb the surge. We have quite a few deaths in the past few weeks. There's a lot, and I think Dr. Bob is very seasoned, and I think that he would pick it up, and hopefully we need to go back and identify why people are dying. You got to go back to square one, to the point where how long they've been sick, where they get tested, the place where they get tested. The physician talk to the patient when they test positive to try to identify if they are high risk or not, because now we have the monoclonal antibody here. Those deaths, I would go back and interview the family to see, where they get tested. If anyone call and talk to them to kind of offer them the monoclonal antibody treatment or not. Why they wait at home for so long, what the reason. And we really need to find out all those reasons and try to fix it, right? I mean, we keep telling people that, hey, why they wait so long? But like I say, we really need to dive into the family of the people that lose their life in the past few weeks and see what we can do to make intervention ahead of time to try to help them so they don't lose their family member. I know most people and some people don't get access to the media, and I know we can assume that people know what's available out there, but we really need to look at those deaths and see what can do difference and reach out to the like you say this morning is maybe those are they not is a minority that they're doing that, or they socioeconomic that they in a disadvantage that they don't know. But we have to need to reach out to those people somehow, identify why they wait at home for so long, and try to fix it. We can't assume people know everything that we know. So I hate to see people losing life like this, vaccinated or unvaccinated. They should be treated the same at this point. A life is a life.
Doc, people are freaking out about this 16-year-old COVID-related fatality. It's like it couldn't come at a worse time. I mean, 9 weeks into this surge, I mean, really, you're right. They pass it off on the mayors. They're making the mayors go call people. But what happened to the things we did that worked earlier? The rapid engagement team going house to house. I just can't accept that we're supposed to just get used to this.
Oh, I tell you, we cannot get used to this. It's you burning out the healthcare provider, you lose a lot of life. So I don't think we can get used to this thing. Like I said, we really have to go back in that. We have 40-something deaths now since the surge, right? We're gonna go back and look at every those situation, because when I look at it, some of these people, they test positive before. The question is, did someone identify them at high risk and refer them? It's like our clinic, right? Every time you're positive, a physician actually get the phone and talk to you and try to identify your risk and refer to the infusion site. Question is, other place where they do the testing, do they just say you're positive and let you go? Or did they identify them? There's a physician that called the patient to talk to them or not. We need to go back and look at every case individually and see what we need to do to improve. And that's the problem we have in the past, is that at the testing site, they test positive and they let them go. And we don't really offer them treatment, but now that we have treatment, we really need to go back and see, hey, where are those people? I know besides the DOA, most of the people have been test positive, a few days before they die. So the question is, do they get a chance to get the antibody, monoclonal antibody or not? Do they go back and look at them? Because if we can save one life, it's a life that we save. So, and like I said, we gotta stop talking about vax and unvax. Really, we have to respect everyone, and we need to make sure that talk to unvax as much as possible. Like yesterday, I have a patient that's very reluctant to get vaccinated, but after about half an hour talking, the patient agree and understand, and she will get the vaccine. So we really have to reach out and educate people and give the right info, rather than saying, hey, unvax, you're going to bear the burden and you're going to die. And it's not fair to say that.
I mean, I hear you, Doc. But I mean, what are we supposed to do? We can keep saying it all day long, that.
Yeah, we have to get out there and do some campaign out there. Sabrina, I mean, it's really, like I say, if you cannot convince someone to get vaccinated, doesn't mean that you give up on them and wait until they get sick. Like I say, they all get tested now, vax or unvax. So you really have to identify at the site. It's very important. I know quite a few places that we just test and they positive and no one talked to them. You got to reach out to the positive and talk to them, every one of them. If you're going to do the testing, you have to have a physician or dedicate the seasoned nursing staff to interview the patient once they turn positive. Now, you cannot let this high-risk positive go home without talking to them at length and offer them the infusion. We are no longer shortage in infusion. Medication, we have a lot now. So, those infusions cut down about 7% of the risk that you end up in the hospital. That's a lot of life-saving right there. So we got to go back on every one of them. Again, this is a challenge Dr. Bob Algie have to do is basically look at every case that people die and see if we can do anything better on the next person to save one life at a time.
You mentioned about the Delta variant in the mainland. It's like, 5 weeks and it dies down. Here it's 9 weeks and we're still on this upward track of positive cases and COVID-related fatalities and hospitalizations. Could it be another variant? I mean, we haven't heard any results from COVID positive samples that have been sent to the CDC, but have you heard anything?
No, Sabrina, yeah, you're right. It's quite a long time that we have anything coming back from CDC. So the question is, did we send out any and anything come back? It should be a lot faster now since, they can do that a lot quicker than before. So I still think that from all the breakthrough positive that we have from the fully vaccinated, that there got to be Delta variants. And that's Delta variant is the only one that's so highly infectious that that you can break through the vaccine. We see people that that been vaccinated in April, May that still have breakthrough on infection right now, and we are correct. When you have breakthrough, the majority of the breakthrough infection, people are not that sick. And I have to say that's a wonderful part about the immunization, that people are not that sick. But the problem is that when people are not that sick, they're going to transmit the virus too, because they still go around not knowing that they have COVID. Wow. And that's a major problem, is that we need to kind of educate people that, hey, when you're fully vaccinated, you don't have the typical COVID symptom. And you have to pay attention to your symptom, because you might have just a bit of runny nose and a bit of headache, a little bit of cough, but we cannot assume that's a common cold. And that's where you need to get tested, so that way you can identify yourself and protect people around you. So that's the key message we need to put out there for us to kind of curb this restriction. If we're going to put any curb this surge, because we're not going to put any more restriction on the community, then we need to educate the community a whole lot and identify this mild symptom, especially on the fully vaccinated people.
Yeah, right. Doc, you talked about campaigning, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it out, but I hear that the re-election campaign is the only campaign that's going right now. And that's exactly what we need. We need, as hard as they're working on getting re-elected at this time when people are dying, we need to work that hard to stop this insanity. We do. In this election time, you turn on the TV, you turn on the radio, every other commercial is vote for me, vote for me, vote for me. At this time, every other thing I hear should be, don't wait until it's too late. Do this. Go get tested here. We have the money. We're here to help. We're begging public health, begging the governor to come on here and talk to the people. But that's the type of response we should see. Instead of them concentrating on getting reelected, like that's what?
Yeah. Guys, there's a part where we can't wait until people catch the virus, or you got to do some preventive stuff. And I think that education campaign on what identify the symptom on the fully vaccinated people is one the key point here to curb the surge, and because I tell you, we are 87% vaccinated now, fully vaccinated, and the positivity rates have not coming down. So we really have to kind of jump on the wagon and basically educate people how to identify these this mild symptom that they have, so that way they can get tested, isolated. Just like we have a few, children in the school yesterday turned positive, and they have very mild symptom, but they still go to school, and that's something that absolutely we have to educate the community on, make sure that you identify this mild symptom and get tested. I mean, it's true amazing that people still think that they have a cold, and they got to make sure that they know that, hey, you fully vaccinated doesn't mean that you cannot catch it. People still think that they cannot catch the virus when they are fully vaccinated.
Doc, we have people in our government saying that on this show.
I know.
Yeah.
You can encourage immunization, but you have to also educate that, hey, you will catch the virus still, and you can still transmit it. So, you got to do things differently. Right now, we don't do anything differently.
So again, then, Doc, I ask you, what should we be doing right now differently?
Since Sabrina said we not put any more restriction on the community, and we let the community run its own course, I think education part is a big part of the preventive, the prevention that we need to do. So put some ads and campaigns, some TV ads together on educate people on how to identify this, the mild symptom, especially on the fully vaccinated. So that way people would know, right? I mean, that should be posted everywhere. And so that way that, hey, if you have a cough, congestion, anything like that, please do not assume that you have a cold and go get tested, so that way for sure. Like I say, that's what we see on the clinic level, is people that think they have a cold, they end up have COVID. And that's something that before they get tested, they are running around, interact with each other for about, at least 2 to 4 days before they come in to get tested. And it's too late already. We transmit the virus to other people already. So the education part is a big thing that we need to do. I don't know how to approach that. There's some people that are very smart how to do the campaign, but I think that's something we need to do since there's no more restriction out there right now.
Right, yeah. The doc, you said 4 students positive?
That's we see in our clinic. Yesterday we have 6 students, and those can be prevented if we educate the parents a little bit more on number one, if you have a positive in the family, please do not send your kid to school. That's why I tell before, if you have a positive, doesn't matter the father, the mother, or the sibling, please don't send your kid to school just because the other children in the house need to be tested before they go to school. But you don't send your children to school if one of the siblings are sick, and you don't know they're positive or not. And that's what we see is that, you can keep a sick child home, but you send the rest of the children to school. That's a big mistake. Or there's something that the parents need to be aware, because once you test your sick child positive and you send the other kid to school, they test positive. So parents really need to pay attention, because we really need to create a safe environment for our children to go back to school. you cannot close the school. Because,
sorry, we're going to have to jump over because these guys have more questions. Doc, if you could just stand by for just a second. It's 8:01 on the breeze. We're KUAM FM. Hagatni Guam, KUAM TV. Here we come. Good morning. Good morning, Guam. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. Good morning. Hop day, everybody.
All right, we're in the KUAM Link Zoom room with Dr. Hoa Nguyen, the former chair of the Physicians Advisory Group of American Medical Center Family of Clinics. Bree was in the middle of asking the doctor a question. And so, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, good morning.
I wanted to follow up on you and mention that you're seeing school children testing positive. Is that what you said? And if you, yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so were they under 12 or were they eligible to be vaccinated? How young?
The one that we saw is they fully vaccinated. This anywhere range from 10 years old to 17. So like I said, I think what we need to ask the parents that if you have a positive in the family that live in the same house, doesn't matter if your children have symptom or not, please get them tested before you send your child to school. Okay, and just not one test. I would test one time, and then 3-4 days later, I would test the second time to make sure that your children didn't have the virus. So if you have a positive in the family, please don't send your children to school unless they get tested before they go to school. If you have a sick child in the house, get that child tested to make sure there's not COVID before you send the rest of the other siblings to school. Wow. So those are those actions that parents can take to protect the school, right? But just don't send the child to school or the children to school if you think they have a cold without testing. And like I said, you don't want them to report that which school have positive. And I said, I hope public health and the school have I think the school have a very good plan together on contact tracing. And they just need to put out in the public appropriately, the information appropriately, and so that way the parents do not have to worry about if their children have been exposed to someone possible or not. I think that's a matter of communication, put out there the right information so the public does not get scared or panic when you have a positive in school.
Jason, did you have a question?
Yeah, Doc, if I may, I just wanted to piggyback on something that Sabrina was asking a few moments ago when she was talking about, like the variants, because, if people read national news, they know that there's the new Mu variant, and prior to, adopting, Greek letters, it was, the UK variant, the India variant. Is it even remotely possible that one of the reasons why this thing has become so out of control on Guam is because is it possible that it perhaps mutated and there's a new variant that originated here on this island? Or is that too remote of a chance?
Yeah, that's really remote chance. But the higher your number of positive rate, right, the higher number of people get infected, the higher risk of the virus change itself and become a new variant, right? I mean, that's where I think that I hope that they still sending sample to CDC to identify what type of variants we have on the island that prominent at this point. So we haven't heard anything coming back from CDC yet for a long time now. But the Mu variants is luckily that the Delta is so infectious that it kind of dampens the Mu variants, right? That's a big part of it.
Yeah.
That's the lucky part. Hopefully, when the Delta variants surge are coming down, that the Mu variants is not coming up. again, this is not going to be the last variant. They're going to mutate as long as we have more people infected. I think the big part about our island, seriously, we have a lot of comorbidities, and our culture is different. We tend to get together a lot more, than people in the state. So that's the two things that are against us. I think that's why it has remained high for so long.
And then plus too, Doc, we really sold vaccination as a return to normal. And so I think when we had such a high vaccination rate, a lot of people just assumed because the government messaging was telling them that we're back to normal and everything is okay. And so I don't know.
Yeah. I tell you, we still see a lot of people use their masks out there, so we really appreciate that. Again, right now, we need to put the info out is that the transmission is within the family. Okay, so any family gathering, we really need to pay attention to a large gathering within the family. So it's not in the company. So the large gathering in the family really need to pay attention to that.
Thank you, Doc. We just got someone texted me. We have the Mu variant. Next, there's a variant from Guam. It'll be the Lu variant or the GU variant. I mean, it's the last thing we want, though, guys. It's the last thing we want. I mean, knock on wood.
Again, I just asked them to go back to basic, and Dr. Bob will get his feet wet, and hopefully, he will do the right things and put some campaign together, identify why people are dying, and then try to make correction for that. I think that's the most important thing is that, we can have positive out there, but we hate to lose life. And we really go back and really work on every one of those deaths and see what we can do better next time that we can take an early action to try to save people's life. I think we can make improvement if we find out exactly why they're dying, because no one talked to them, no one offered them the infusion. Because they worry about money to go to the hospital. It gotta be something. We can't assume that people dying because they wait too long. I think we need to get that out of the way. We need to find out why.
Right. Thank you, Doc. Appreciate your time this morning and the seriousness with which you approach our conversations.
You're welcome, guys. Just from our people, we have to be safe and please practice the 3W and kind of respect each other. And again, fully vaccinated or not, just use your mask, okay, and social distance.
Thank you, Doc.
Thanks, Doc.
You're welcome, guys. Have a good morning.
You too. We'll try. 810. Dr. Ho Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group. Yeah, a lot of great points really brought up in their Rosemary comments. They're leaving it up to the mayors now. Yeah, we had that rapid engagement team, right? They went down into these trouble spots and they tested people. So how do we go from that and de-evolve into phone calls? And the thing is, we have the money. The governor could hire 20 people at public health right now yesterday. She could.
That's also interesting because Doc has always, preached throughout the history of the show is always, like personal behavior, personal choices, talking with your family, consulting with your physician. And now he's actually calling on specific messaging from government.
Yeah.
And saying it's got to be, across the different
I mean, they
media
have
platforms.
struggled with the messaging this whole pandemic. And I got to say, their lack of messaging, their failure to effectively communicate, it's cost people's lives. It really has. People have died because of their inability to communicate critical information in a timely manner. I'm sorry, that's the facts. It's 8:11, brought to you by Pacific Points. Let's go ahead and get into our 8 o'clock newscast for the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Hafa day and good morning, everyone. The number of COVID fatalities increases, triple-digit positives. The CAR score continues to drop. The Joint Information Center last night reported 3 new COVID-19 related fatalities occurring between the 26th and the 28th. The 193rd occurred at GRMC on the 26th. The patient was only 16 years old. He was unvaccinated with underlying health conditions. The 194th occurred at Naval Hospital in Agania Heights, also on the 26th. The patient was a 43-year-old woman. She was fully vaccinated with underlying health conditions. She had tested positive on the 18th. The 195th occurred at GRMC on the 28th. The patient was a 71-year-old unvaccinated man with underlying health conditions. He had tested positive on the 28th. 70 people hospitalized for COVID, 15 receiving ICU level of care, 10 on ventilators. Out of the 70 hospitalizations, 37 unvaccinated. The status of 7 unknown, 26 vaccinated. Public health reports 169 new cases of COVID. Out of 1,659 tests performed on the 27th, 28 cases identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 14,705 officially reported cases, 195 deaths, 3,361 cases are active and in isolation. There have been 11,149 recoveries. The CAR score is 22.2. The Guam Department of Education confirming 4 employees tested positive. 1 was identified at MU Lujan Elementary School. 3 separate cases identified at the Tidzin Central Office. To date, a total of 119,017, that's 87.3% of Guam's eligible population, is fully immunized. Governor Lilian Guerrero has extended her public health emergency declaration for Guam for another 30 days, according to Executive Order 2021-24, which she signed yesterday. It is extended until October 29th. The new EO also clarifies that all RISE program payments are not subject to garnishments. It also waives all licensing requirements, permits, or fees for healthcare professionals directly responding to the public health emergency. In regional news, booster shots are now available for those living in the CNMI. The Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation announced Tuesday evening that the Pfizer vaccine booster is available for people aged 65 and older, ages 18 to 64 with underlying health conditions, and those between 18 to 64 years old who are at increased risk for COVID-19 exposure and transmission due to occupational or institutional settings. Adelup Communications Director Crystal Paco San Agustin says they are finalizing Guam's booster plan, and it should be available hopefully later this morning. With more news now, here's Daniel Perez.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Half a day and good morning, everyone. I'm Daniel Perez with your headlines here on The Link. In a session on Tuesday, senators discussed a bill to fund a new 21st Century Healthcare Center to replace the Guam Memorial Hospital. The governor has identified the project as one of her administration's top priorities. Bill sponsor, Senator Joe San Agustin.
It is right for us to ensure we are providing for the most basic needs of our community without jeopardizing the safety of those involved. It has been a long time for us to realize such an opportunity to enhance our healthcare facilities.
The governor has said she will set aside $300 million in American Rescue Plan funds for the project, while Congressman Michael San Nicolas has identified a possible $340 million grant from the Interior Department. The Army Corps of Engineers estimates a new hospital would cost about $745 million. The governor says she would use both pots of money to help fund the center, but San Nicolas says to use the $345 million and free up the $300 for other needs. Meanwhile, the bill calls for a portion of earned income tax credit reimbursements to be set aside to pay for a build, lease, and transfer deal. Office of Finance and Budget Director Steve Guerrero.
We estimated $55.8 million to be received in EITC tax. Of that 55, we set aside $35 million for the hospital and $5 million for DOC.
Deliberation on the bill was cut short after Senator Tello Taitigui asked for a Revan tax representative. Discussions are expected to continue when a DRT rep is available. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The Port Authority confirms 2 employees have tested positive for COVID. According to a release, both employees are fully vaccinated. The first employee tested positive over the weekend. The port's contact tracing team identified 1 employee that was exposed but tested negative. Last night, another employee tested positive. 19 close contacts were identified and will be scheduled for testing. As of today, 95% of port employees are fully vaccinated, 2% have received the first vaccine dose, and 3% are not vaccinated. October is nationally known as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Locally, it's remembered as Family Violence Awareness Month. Guam's coalition is holding events to honor those affected. KUAM's Hannah Devanzo has this report.
Guam's Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence is inviting the community to join their Zoom events on October 1st at 2:30 p.m. These include a virtual silent witness ceremony, a presentation of the proclamation and of the legislative resolution. Father Mike Chrysostomo of St. Anthony's Catholic Church in Tamuning will be leading them.
The silent witness ceremony is really it's an opportunity for the families of victims who have died to get together, to remember, recall the stories of their loved ones, those who have given of their lives. And it's a moment where we show support for the families of these victims, but also to remember their names, remember their stories.
While Guam's coalition is actively fighting against violence in the community, the Guam's Police Department's Domestic Assault Response Team reports that in 2020, there were over 1,000 victims. Cynthia Cabot, Executive Director of Guam's Coalition, has seen an increase of people affected.
This continues to be an issue in our community, and there really has not been any decrease despite the pandemic, but it is certainly a concern.
Although the numbers are growing, the Guam Coalition is not giving up. They hope the events this month will help raise awareness for their services to further support victims of violence.
We hope that we can help put an end to this, and we hope that victims who are out there hear the voice of support and of help, that they're not alone and that we are here with them.
To participate in the Zoom events on Friday, visit Guam's Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence's website to find the Zoom link. In addition, the coalition is holding a Waves in the Village event on October 20. Residents can show their support by driving by the villages of Jigo, Dedido, Tamuning, Barrigada, Manilao, Hagatnya, Jetnya, and Pidi at 5 p.m. and honk their horns. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah Devanzo.
In regional news, the CNMI Superior Court dismisses the lawsuit involving 9 firefighters on Saipan who are choosing to not get vaccinated. Our Tomas Maglotnya reports.
It is unfortunate that we have to lose good firefighters through this process. To be clear, it was never the governor's nor my intention to go through this level of enforcement. That was Department of Fire and Emergency Medical Services Commissioner Dennis Mendiola writing in a statement late last night. It's in response to the CNMI Superior Court's dismissal of a lawsuit waged by 9 terminated firefighters who choose not to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. The court explaining that the firefighters' next course of action ought to be through proceedings under the Civil Service Commission. The initial termination sent to the firefighters was issued in March after Governor Torres mandated that all executive branch employees and activity heads be vaccinated a month prior. Commissioner Mendiola writes in part, "As firefighters, we are charged with the great responsibility of ensuring the safety of our community, and that starts with us to protect ourselves through vaccination before answering the call of duty." He says, "I wish there was another way. However, we are still in a state of emergency." Meanwhile, only those with medical or religious reasons are exempt from the mandate. Tomas Maglotnya for KUAM News.
KUAM has reached out to one of the firefighters for comments. As of Tuesday morning, the CNMI has had a total of 267 cases of COVID-19, most of which are travelers testing positive upon arrival in mandatory quarantine at a government facility. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime. Now back to the Link Studio with Chris, Bree, Joser, and Jason.
Perfect points. Do more, get
Lift
points.
emergency
Do more, get more.
coronavirus measures across the board at the end of this week amid a dramatic fall in cases and rapid progress in its vaccination rollout. The Prime Minister Yoshihide Suga said restrictions in 27 of Japan's 47 prefectures would end on Thursday, but bars and restaurants may not immediately return to business as usual, as experts warn that complacency could spark another wave of infections this winter. It'll be the first time since early April that none of Japan's 47 prefectures is subject to emergency restrictions. Former Jordan Mayor Jesse Blas filed a motion for sentence reduction for compassionate release. The former mayor was sentenced in January in federal court related to drug charges. Specifically, he was accepting bribes so that meth could be smuggled into Guam through cluster mailboxes outside his office. Blas is scheduled for release in May 2022, but is asking to get out of prison sooner because of medical reasons and that he has high risk factors for contracting COVID. Blas has been held in a medium security facility in California since June, but is supposed to serve time in a minimum security federal camp. The former mayor writes in his motion that the fact that he's been held in a transit facility in California for more than 90 days is even more unsafe than normal prison conditions. While he's been there, he's seen hundreds of prisoners come and go, thus increasing his risk. He's also had 7 different cellmates in the same time he's been there. A hearing has been scheduled for November 3rd. A 40-year-old man who fled from police last week after being pulled over was finally arrested. Last Wednesday, police pulled over Zachary Johnson Augustine Manabusan after his car matched a description of being involved in a disturbance in Dededo. After it was determined he had an outstanding warrant, the police tried to stop him from fleeing. He yelled onto the driver's side door. A struggle ensued. Manabusan then tried to take the officer's gun. The officer pulled back from the car and fell on the road while Manabusan sped off. On Monday, Manabusan turned himself into Superior Court marshals for the warrant. Police on Tuesday were then able to take him into custody and arrest him on the case. He was arrested on multiple charges to include aggravated assault, resisting arrest, assault on a peace officer, and disarming a peace officer. He was booked and confined. Top Pentagon leaders are being grilled by members of Congress. The U.S. Defense Secretary, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the head of Central Command are testifying publicly for the first time since the chaotic U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan and the Taliban's rapid takeover. Natalie Brand has more.
Is that fair?
Facing questions about the chaotic final weeks in Afghanistan and the suicide bombing that killed 13 American service members and 169 Afghans, top military leaders gave their account before lawmakers for the first time publicly.
The fact that the Afghan army that we and our partners trained simply melted away, in many cases without firing a shot, took us all by surprise.
What did we miss?
We absolutely missed the rapid 11-day collapse of the Afghan military and the collapse of their government. I think one of the key factors we missed it for was we pulled our advisors off 3 years ago.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin laid out challenges facing troops on the ground during the withdrawal and evacuation.
Extreme heat, a landlocked country, no government, a highly dynamic situation on the ground, and an active, credible, and lethal terrorist threat.
The defense secretary also testified his judgment remains that staying in Afghanistan past August would have greatly imperiled his people and the U.S. mission.
The Taliban made clear that their cooperation would end on the 1st of September.
General Milley, it's your testimony that you recommended 2,500 troops approximately stay in Afghanistan?
I don't share my personal recommendations to the president, but I can tell you my personal opinion and my assessment if that's what you want.
Yes, please.
Yes, my assessment was back in the fall of 20 and remained consistent throughout that we should keep a steady state of 2,500.
Pentagon leaders also defended what they described as the largest airlift in U.S. history that transported more than 120,000 people, but acknowledged they're still working to evacuate some Americans who want to leave. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
If you're heading to the beach in the next few days, watch out for box jellyfish. The Department of Agriculture's Division of Aquatic and Wildlife Resources warns they're anticipated from Thursday through Sunday around island beaches. If you see them, even if you're there on shore and dead, stay away from them because they do pack a powerful sting. You're asked to call and report sightings to DAR at 735-0289. That's 735-0289. And with more news now, and in tomorrow, here's Kate.
Buenos updates to get some to be tuned to morning ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Iginin mahod John si Jesse Blas ang file motion para maribaha isentensyan niya sa purason minaasit ang misericordia. Masintensyan ni Federal si Blas gi Enero na mes por causan veneno. Para mas klaro, sa pwede man aksepta bribe siya para malifid yung meth na bineno halong guahan, gikahon ni Mel gisanhito yung oficinan niya. Mas keto si Blas para ma-release gimanso na mes, gi 2022 sa sakan. Lumamamisan para masota taftaf, para son menalango, za sangan na sentar kaluoy raskaw, para uninadzi ni i-COVID. Maprepreso si Blas gi minimum security na tribunal gi sa California disdi Hunyo na mes. Lo David yu isad bitin po niya gi minimum security na lugar. Atugi si Blas gi zonya motion na pun mapolo gi transit na fasilidad gi sa California para mas gi dumerenta dias di seguridad sa na lugar tagi kondisyon na natural na sagan mapreso. Mientras gagi gwi ali porsyento siya na prisionero ni man mafatu za manahanaw za podadzo inatisay riskaw pragwiza. Asangan mas na siyati bahay matulay kagat sotsong niya gi kwarton niya disya ni matugi gwi hiwato na lugar. Mas asunto, intingwa na lamigay examzo in session na tanhin na noy na pas tax return dagwahan nebo mas na informasyon. I-revenue and taxation sa para mapasi huzong 5 milyon pesos na refund bago na semana. Esti sa dididi mas ki 2,000 na inapas tax giadzi siya na return ni man mafaw antes idea siya tigi Hunyo bago na sakan. Sanatan ko gagi sek mizo gi email para esta matisfere guate gizun mizo account gi ibanko. Otro mas artikulo i-Archdiocese Agania sa iyot tempot niya ni Profan Manhire nuevo na superintendent ng Eskweleng Katoliko gi Isla. Según ni niya spokesperson si Tony Diaz, esta manggayit siya giuto mo na paso para maazikin nuevo na mag-eskwela niya. Man ma-entrevista man aplika gimapro na semana ni nabakante sa na posisyon as dukto 1 floors este Agosto na mes. Yuto mo na sunto gifinut sa moro para pago na Merkules gin ni KUAM News. Tazangin paron hano para itasigin mamamela na diya siya sa natan ko guahan na bugs jellyfish. The Division of Aquatic and Wildlife Resources gi Department of Agriculture sa manmanabeti na manggay gisempe gi itasin ni Isla disti Webes estay Domingo. Tazangin undi masem matay zagay gi inay eskapati sa mandidilog ni Senfuti. Agang in Division of Aquatic and Wildlife Resources giseti 50289. Para Guam News Network, Gualsikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Hi. Hey, we're back. It's 8:29. The Daily Question with Tomas Manglotner from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, everyone. So for our daily question yesterday, we asked folks on our poll to whether or not they would take the booster shot against COVID-19 if you're eligible or become eligible. And of course, as we reported earlier last night, that in the CNMI, they're already rolling out the booster shots and are following the CDC recommendations. And as Sabrina was mentioning in our newscast, the guidance for Guam should be coming at any moment today. And so just sharing a bit of what we, of the responses on our poll, about 59% of respondents said that they would take a booster shot against COVID-19 if they're eligible or become eligible, and 41% said no. And so the reason why we asked this question is because, as we also reported last night, the 9 firefighters lawsuit in the CNMI who chose not to get vaccinated was dismissed, and they have to go through the Civil Service Commission.
What does that mean, though, exactly? So there's 9 firefighters in the NMI. They didn't want to take the jab. They don't want to get vaccinated. And they ended up going to court over it, and the court said, no, take it to the CSC.
Well, yeah, they all agreed that it would be through that Civil Service Commission. And just last night, I was sharing a story with you, Chris, about the New York judge saying that mandating vaccines for school teachers is okay there in that district. And so we're going to go ahead and share some responses locally. Here on our Instagram pages, we got lots of responses. Someone writing, hell no to the no, no, no. And some other
more direct than that.
Some other people commenting yes, yes, no, or yes. So getting lots of those responses. One person here writing on Instagram, nope, I don't even get the flu shot. Someone writes, I'm already in line. I'm not sure if that's like or literal or if they're in Guam or not. Someone says yes, they're waiting for it. More comments from our Facebook page. Someone writing, Prudential writing, plan to wait, booster out. Like they say, ain't broke, why mess with it?
but this person also writes that they got both shots prior. Mary comments, no, I really didn't want to get the first two, so I have zero intentions to get a booster. And this is also why we asked the question, right?
Yeah.
Because as Dr. Hoa was mentioning, some people, getting following up with the second shot was also a problem that a lot of people faced.
Yeah.
Well beyond,
More
not
so in the
wanting-
States, though.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah. And
yeah.
so these responses are from reviewers. And again, just reminding everyone of the responses here, 59% of people saying that they would get the booster. And of course, we're waiting for the latest guidance from Gov Guam, and in the CNMI, they released their guidance following the CDC limitations and recommendations.
So you're saying in the CNMI they already have a guidance for the booster shot rollout?
Based on our report last night, they followed the CDC recommendations to the T pretty much. So they're having that available at the clinics, and you can find more on KUM.com.
All right. Well, they only did that in Saipan because there's like 2 people who live there, and on Guam we have to worry about hundreds of thousands of people.
Well, there will be 3 when I visit.
No, I gotta give it up because it's, when we get Kevin Bautista from the CNMI governor's office, there's a little playful back and forth we have about how the NMI is just really outperforming us on all fronts relative to the pandemic.
Well, when it comes to saving lives, you can only hope for the best for whoever's trying to do that. So.
Right. What did you make of Dr. Hoa's interview? It was definitely different from the interviews we had with Dr. Berg and Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero.
Yeah, we also heard on Pacific Matters from the World Health Organization official who, outlined that response, and
Yeah.
it seems to be something that, has been taken into account in the past for other outbreaks.
Right,
that
and
they've dealt
so
with.
Tomas is referencing his new show here on KUM, Pacific Matters, in which he interviewed the highest-ranking official for the WHO in the region, correct?
He represents the Asia Pacific region.
Right, and so
Dr.
he
Mark
had,
Jacobs.
he had basically, in this discussion with Tomas, talked about the effectiveness of lockdowns in terms of stemming the spread.
Yeah, he pointed out, and we'll have that story on the weekend to tease it out a little more. But he explained the difference in countries or island nations wanting to contain the spread and others wanting to manage the spread. And
Right.
he says those are very 2 different things.
Right, and so if you're trying to manage the spread, then lockdown is not as effective, is what he said.
He said a lot. I'm going to have
He
to go
did,
back and
right.
listen
Okay.
to that. But, it's interesting, right? Because we get all of these perspectives, but they're speaking to the same intention. and
That's
goal
the
here.
thing. It's like COVID. If you look at the COVID, it's happening all around the world, and so there's many examples of what to do and what not to do that we can draw from. Thank you, Tomas.
Thank you so much.
Right on, Tomas Manglotny. He does Pacific Matters and a whole bunch of great stuff with the KUAM news team. We do have Superintendent John Fernandez standing by. We got to take a really quick break, and we're coming back with more right here on The Link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to The Link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Manglotny every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic. joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
No thanks to you, I got this one. I am who I am, who I am, so it pays to be myself. So
Hey, we didn't have a birthday today, guys. Fellow Virgos. Jose Kaneni Taitigui, father of Senator Tello Taitigui, celebrating 92 years today.
You know what? He's been many things. Joe Taitigui, if I may, I know him as Joe. Used to be my landlord. Very, very nice guy. He served in the Air Force for many years. Loves exotic cars. Really, really nice guy. Happy birthday, Joe.
Happy birthday.
She told me a little story. He was born 9/29/29. When he goes to his doctor's appointments or has to confirm his date of birth, he follows his date of birth with, quote, and if you put that together, you'll have a full house. The slow ones have to think about it for a while, but most people laugh. He's never gambled. In fact, he's never been to Vegas. Just a prankster in his own right.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? Every time when I would make my rent payment to him, he was my landlord. He would always give me like a Lunchables. He'd be like, "Hey, thank you, boy."
Because you're skinny, that's why.
Oh, but I was like, "I'm paying you. You know, you're basically." and he would always be, "Oh, just here, take it for the road in case you get hungry." I was like, "Really, really nice guy, so genuine."
Right on.
Happy birthday,
Tello's listening right now. She's like, "Is that what happened to the Lunchables?"
That's what happened to the Lunchables.
There's a stash of Lunchables we bought. I thought it disappeared.
He'd probably give you Lunchables and tell Senator Tello, like, yeah, he looks like he doesn't eat. 8:41, let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where Superintendent John Fernandez of the Guam Department of Education standing by. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Turn my volume up, thanks.
Right on, coming in good, loud and clear. I guess we're just going to start with what you can tell us about the GDOE student testing plan, or just testing plan in general.
Yeah, good. We've been getting a lot of questions about that. So, I guess if you recall, we had the executive order come out to suspend in-person learning, and then on the the 16th of September, we received the executive order to allow the resumption of in-person learning, and included in that executive order was a requirement for a screening testing plan to be submitted by October 1st. So that's the first mention of the screening and testing plan to be part of the safety requirements of the schools. So we've been working on that, and then of course over the past weekend, more details were provided in terms of public health guidance. And in that guidance memo, there was a language in there talking about a target of 10% random student testing, and that target to try to be met within the 90 days of implementation. So again, so since that, over the weekend, we've been getting a lot of calls or concerns or questions about student testing, and I just want to let the public know that at this point, student testing is not imminent. Random student testing is not imminent, as in, I think there was some fear that we would start implementing it this week or even next week. Right now, we are still in the position of, ensuring that we understand the guidance and the information from public health, that we design a plan that can take into consideration what student testing would involve. But even after that, there's going to be a lot of steps that need to take place before we get to the implementation. What we like to do at GDOE is to make sure that we put a plan together and then explain that plan to our stakeholders before we implement it, because we know there are a lot of concerns, and I think with the the student testing information coming at around the same time as the employee vaccination mandate deadline, I think some of our stakeholders are looking at it as a mandatory student screening or student testing, which in our view, that's really not how it should be viewed. And we need to do a lot more to talk about what it is, why it's important, and how we plan to implement it. So again, for all of those parents, students, others, grandparents, guardians who are listening, when it comes time to share a specific screening and testing plan for students at GDOE, there will be more public announcements, and most likely, as we've normally done, provide an opportunity for stakeholders to engage with us regarding that plan before we proceed to implement it. So I just want to just put it out there. Don't expect that we're going to get some directive, that we're going to be telling students this week or even next week, that they've got to be tested. There's a lot that has to go into that in order to make sure that testing is done, is done well, and with the parents fully informed. I do want to say that if you look next door at the CNMI, they have implemented a screening testing plan for their students since the beginning of the school year, and so it's not something that is unusual, or I just think that we probably do need more time to get to the specifics of what this plan entails, and to inform our community and inform our parents as to what's involved, so again that we can we move forward with a good understanding of what we're trying to accomplish with screening and testing. I will say that as part of the CDC guidance and recommendations, screening testing has always been a part of that mitigation, that package of mitigation measures, and so that's something that has always been on the radar. We've been working with public health. They do have a $5 million grant from the CDC to support school-based testing, not just for GDOE schools, but also for private and charter schools. So I think in line with that plan, and we've been trying to figure out what this would mean in terms of implementing this in the school system. I think that the three things at this point that we're looking at is, number one, if any testing is going to happen, we're right now we're more focused on the weekly testing requirements that have to be implemented for unvaccinated employees. I think that's one of the questions those are the set of questions we're kind of focused on right now as part of our testing plan. We have always, indicated that it would be our preference to, if we're going to have to go do weekly testing, to test our own employees, be able to do it at the school sites, if possible, just to avoid, employees having to take off, during the workday to go to a designated site, off campus, and spending time in line when we can probably more easily facilitate it at the school site. So that's what we've been working on. Right now, the mandate for employees was on Friday the 24th. And so we expect today to get all the reports from the schools into our HR office to determine how many employees have reported as fully vaccinated, how many employees are going to be requiring that weekly testing, and that will help us kind of finalize how we plan to implement the testing of employees at the school site. So there's just a lot of things we got to do just to address that mandate. The student testing is going to be a little bit further off in the future, and that's something that we're still in discussion with public health about. So I'll go ahead and stop there, and I'm happy to talk more details about either of those pieces.
Yeah, just to talk about the testing for the students. Have you guys thought about what will happen if a parent does not give consent?
Well, that's one of the things that we need to discuss with public health. It's our understanding and our expectation that parental consent would be required before you can administer a test to a student. Obviously, I think that's the right thing to do. Obviously, that renders the random nature of the testing to be a little bit we need to figure that out. How do we keep it a random testing if the students identified or the employees identified don't give consent? And so we do have to figure that out, because we want like I said, their screening and testing has its place in the safety mitigation measures at the school site. Again, it would be something that we would want to make sure that if we do a testing, we have useful data, right? So we want useful data so that it guides us in terms of addressing any positive cases. I've told my management team that if this is what we're going to be doing as a protective measure, all of us have to be willing to engage in that. It's not just students; it's also employees. We have to make sure that we take the right approach and, as a safety measure, demonstrate and model, leadership in that way. Because again, this is not a mandate for students. It's a screening and testing measure aimed at promoting, promoting safety in a proactive way. So consent would be required. How we do it and how we ensure that the data we get are useful. That's something we really need to work on with public health. I also, there's also a lot that goes into it. So, for instance, the issue of administering this at the school level requires, for instance, what we're trying to do right now with regard to just the employee testing part of it is ensuring that we have official authorization to test at the school sites, right? Government of Guam designates testing sites as part of the executive order and the DOA guidance. So before we start testing at any school, we're going to want that official authorization. I think it's envisioned that our school nurses are going to be the points of contact to administer testing. We have about 160 employees who are all trained on Abbott Binax Now administration. But before we go to that step, we really want to make sure that we have the proper authorization from public health. So usually when it comes to TB testing, there is a standing order that's issued from public health that becomes the official authorization for our nurses to conduct public health functions. So we're going to be waiting for that. And then the key for me is, we don't have a supply of tests on hand to support just the employee side, right? So I don't have the hard numbers yet, but if we look at GovGuam, the other part of GovGuam, reporting about 400, employees who require weekly testing, I'm guessing we're going to be right now within the 250 to 300 range. And if that's the case, we need sufficient number of test kits to be able to put a plan in motion to be able to test. Right now, I think we got a delivery of test kits, but certainly not enough to even last us a week. So, I think before we implement our plan, we're working with public health to make sure that we have adequate supplies to at least get us, further ahead. We've requested about 4,200 test kits. So you're trying to get us at least, the next 8 to 10 weeks, so that we can then ensure that we have supply, afterwards, especially if we're going to expand into student testing.
There was something that Speaker Judy Wanfat over at Guahan Academy Charter School brought up and was a little concerned about. What about the liabilities, right? If you bring in a little kid and, the employee starts swabbing the child and, the child, is uncontrollable, or even, what if a child has a bloody nose or things like that? Is that staff person equipped to handle that situation? Trained?
Well, that's exactly what needs to be in order. So again, the authorizations that we are talking about for public health, we really are going to be working with them to make sure that we have that formal authorization in writing in order to ensure that there isn't a lack of clarity about the authorization and under what authority our employees will be acting under in order to administer the public health guidance. So again, I know we have some, generally some verbal understandings of how this works, but we are waiting for formal documentation before we proceed, because we do want to make sure there aren't any gray areas in terms of liability and authorization to conduct these activities on school campuses. So like I said, the designation of a test that DOE schools will be designated as authorized test sites under public health, that we will have the standing order to guide our nurses and employees, and any other authorization needed we'll be addressing that. And then of course, the supply of tests. Now we're working with Abbott Binax now test kits, but we recognize that there's a shortage of tests, and eventually they will be shifting to another test. So we've trained our employees on this particular test, but of course, if we start, with a new test, we're going to have to go through that training again, make sure that our employees are, adequately trained to conduct those activities. So yeah, it is something that we have to, do our due diligence on, and not something I want to rush because of these details. So we've had our legal counsel, join us in our meetings to just give us some, guidance as to how to ensure that we, are acting appropriately under the public health emergency and guidelines. So I think we're there. I think we're making progress. But again, before we get to, and our approach is, before we get to the student testing part, the employee testing is probably going to be our pilot, right? It's going to be our pilot for conducting school-based testing on site. What the responsibilities are for the nurses, making sure we're properly authorized, implementing the testing. If there is a positive, obviously, executing the protocols to ensure that we address those cases and so forth. So if we're talking about, let's say 250 to 300 employees, that's probably the first step that we need to take, because that's already mandated. And then once we get that under our belt, I think moving towards student testing is going to be the next step. But I do think, I think in the guidance we got from public health, it gives us some lead time before we have to, try to hit the target of, 10% random student testing. A lot of education and awareness needs to go into that, planning as well. It's not just a matter of organizing the test kits and, selecting students and so forth. We got to get the consent forms out there. So we're going to be requesting public health to provide us, with their consent forms, so that we, have something standard that parents can have. We're going to want to ensure, again, the supply of test kits to make sure that we can implement the plan. And like all the parents are worried about it, what we like to say is that before we implement anything, we want an opportunity to publicly go through what that plan is, so you understand what it is. You can hopefully we can address your concerns, clarify anything that needs to be clarified. But again, it's it's a different animal than, you know, what we're talking about with the mandatory testing that's going on right now. That needs to be, you know, implemented now for, you know, the unvaccinated employees.
Right.
So that's kind of what we're looking at. And 90 days isn't a long time, but at least it gives us some time to let parents know it's not going to happen tomorrow. We will be putting out more public information as we get a better understanding of how to, you know, to proceed with this. But I do want to just assure the parents out there that if there's going to be any screening testing going on, you know, it's going to be done at the highest level too. So if anything that happens, I'm going to be I want to be the first one to go through that. So obviously, you know, I'm looking for the least invasive, most comfortable test on the market, you know, if possible, so we don't have to, so we can, you know, do something that is not going to be, you know, looked at as difficult and, you know, uncomfortable and painful to implement, something that is, you know, reflecting the latest technology and latest test kits available.
Right, John, and we know you've been very good with the stakeholders with the virtual input sessions. I think I've sat in on a number of them, so good on you. I did want to follow up, you know, the JIC report last night. There was a report of a 16-year-old that passed away from COVID. Can you confirm whether or not this child is within the GDOE system?
I can't confirm at this point. Actually, I do want to find out more about that case. I heard about it last night. So I'll have to you know, see what we can find out. I know there's a lot of confidential information that may or may not be able to be shared, but definitely am interested in what the situation was relating to that case. We of course, you know, the loss of someone that young due to COVID or related to COVID. I mean, I don't know all the facts, but of course it sets up the red flags and the alarms that we need to just make sure we understand the nature of this particular, you know, child, and just make sure we understand that so we can take any necessary action needed, you know, if merited. But you know, we've just returned for the first couple of days of school. You know, everyone's anxious and everyone's, you know, stressed out, trying to make sure everything's done safely. So, you know, trying to get some more information on that will be helpful to us as we plan for the next, you know, couple of weeks.
And you know, there was also Dr. Hoa Nguyen. He was on, and he had mentioned that he'd seen a few students, he said, test positive. Have you heard anything about that?
Well, we're going to be talking to him about a couple of things, and actually I heard him on the show. So it was, you know, I you know, obviously have a lot of respect for Dr. Nguyen. He's been trying to be a measured voice in the midst of all of this, you know, this you know, serious situation. So, you know, of course, you know, with the student cases right now, I mean, we continue to get reports since the beginning of the closure of schools. And so, you know, those, I mean, there's just been such a spread in the community that, of course, you know, young people are getting infected. And so we're going to continue to work with him and others, you know, the other advisory groups, just to try to make sure we keep updated on pediatric issues related to COVID. But I did, the other thing I thought was interesting from your interview was, you know, he indicated that, you know, there were some unvaccinated patients that, you know, he was able to speak to and kind of give them some information about the vaccination that potentially could change their minds or, you know, give them a better opportunity to make the decision. And boy, I was saying, you know, that's what I'm probably going to, you know, reach out to Dr. Nguyen and say, look, you know, we're going to have some unvaccinated employees who are really stressed out and anxious about this decision, and they just feel like they haven't, you know, that they're not comfortable yet. But, you know, the first thing we want to do, at least I want to do before we start to implement disciplinary measures, is to ensure that they have an opportunity, you know, with the healthcare expert to ask those questions, you know, get more information before we, you know, because we understand how difficult for some of the individuals it is to overcome, you know, the fear, the anxiety, and some of the information you get from random multiple sources online. So when I heard him say that on your show, I said, you know what, that might be helpful. If we get to a point where we know that some of our employees just haven't taken the step because they just don't know that they have the information to make that leap. Maybe that would be a good opportunity, as Dr. Nguyen, maybe a panel of doctors to, even if they just want to give a webinar or they want to provide a session to engage, do that. So I'm glad I was listening earlier to his statements, because that's a good approach to make sure that we don't just hold the stick, over the employees, but we provide an opportunity for them to get as much information that they need so that they're better equipped to sort out, what's valid information from things that they may be getting from other sources, and then they can hopefully make the decision to, that they're comfortable with.
I also wanted to follow up because you mentioned the word anxiety, and I know that in the past we've had talks about education stabilization funds to support mental, social, behavioral health. Have those programs been put in place? Are they enacted?
Well, a lot of that really has been education and awareness, and then continual support at the school level to try to ensure that students and employees have opportunities to receive services. So I know that's I think this whole approach has really not just been DOE, but a partnership with Guam Behavioral Health and others. To not just it really is a more along the lines of helping our teachers, helping our employees, helping students be aware of the signs of stress and anxiety, and providing opportunities for them to come back, into the routine of school without, the pressures on the academic side. We really were hoping at, this school year to start off that way by allowing a few weeks to, really help everybody reintegrate back into the school system. But the problem was, of course, when we suspended in-person learning, we kind of went backwards and have to kind of readdress this again. So part of the effort is really bring them back, get our kids settled, help identify those in need of services, and then of course be able to provide the necessary referral to support those efforts. So again, most of it is a lot of education and awareness and materials to support those efforts in the classroom and elsewhere. But we really need time. We really need time to see what that need is. Now that students are back, so we're hoping that we get through this situation where the cases are high and the community is on alert. We want to get back to a point where we can provide more of a normal routine to students, so that our teachers can observe, get a better understanding, have the counselors do their play their part in that effort, and then if more services are needed from my students, be able to make the proper referrals to the right agencies.
One thing we've also seen on the JIC reports, it's almost nightly, is positive cases with employees at GDOE. How is this affecting operations?
Well, that's a concern for us because of the shortage of teachers and also staff. So coming back on again, when the community spread is at a high level, you're going to see it reflected in every aspect. Every agency that you see is going to have its share of cases because of that, the community-wide issues. So we anticipate that. However, coming back in a cohort, with a cohort strategy has helped us, try to relieve that pressure from the schools, given the shortages. So what we're hoping for is that as the community cases come down, that'll also be reflected at the school sites. But definitely, we're concerned and trying to figure out how to best address issues with coverage of classes. If it's a teacher who has to be quarantined, making arrangements for them to possibly go online if that's the case. But for staff who supervise kids and want to enforce social distancing and so forth, trying to also provide personnel to support those efforts. So we are waiting for the approval of the ARP funds. You know, we have CARES Act funds, we have ESF2 funds, and I think approval of ARP is imminent, you know, based on our discussions with USAID. And with that, we have funding set aside for additional teacher assistants, additional what they're called community program aides who can assist at the school sites, given the needs that we're seeing this year. So it is an operational challenge, you know, operating with COVID-19, you know, in the community. And what I mean by that is not just the quarantining part where people are, you know, required to stay home and out of school, but also just things like the contact tracing, the notification of parents, you know, trying to, you know, we find these things out on the weekend. We're working on the weekend to make sure that, you know, all those processes are executed right away. So we are seeing that level of activity and, you know, being placed on the schools as we try to respond as quickly as we can to COVID-19 cases. So it is something that is presenting an additional challenge. And remember when we started the school year, when we had a few cases and it was okay, we said, okay, this is a good chance to ensure that we're executing our protocols. But as we started to see those cases mount, you can start to see the operational burden. I mean, you're going to find nurses that all they're doing, you know, the nurses have a job to take care of kids who don't feel well, who might have, you know, be injured at school and so forth, but their full attention is probably going to be just COVID-19 related, you know, if the situation is like it is today, where things are at a high risk, you know, in the community. So we don't want our nurses to be burned out. We've got to look at ways to support them, even if it's just you know, there's a lot of administrative tasks that are associated with this. So it's not just the primary activities, but the documentation needed, sending out consent forms, getting consent forms, sending out notifications, you know, getting phone calls. I mean, there's a lot that goes, you know, in terms of the details of this protocol. So we are really watchful for that. One thing that we talked about was that in the guidance that came out this weekend, you know, it looks like the schools need to identify a point of contact to, you know, to facilitate the prevention strategies and the responses at the school sites. So for some of these things, we already are doing it, right? We're doing the screening, the contact tracing, and working with public health on that. But there was a section that we're probably going to go back to public health about, which has to do with case investigation. You know, and that's where you go to the homes, try to figure out where I said that's really that's a whole new level of activity that I don't think we're prepared for. So just kind of working with public health to say, look, you know, this is what we can do at the school level to support public health. But case investigation, I mean, that's, you know, that means we're be sending nurses to the homes and trying to figure out, you know, what's happening at the family level. That one we need to discuss, because you know, if that's the case, I don't know that we're going to be able to do a great job, you know, accomplishing the goals of the guidance.
You did mention, you know, providing the plan to parents, right? But isn't this due on Friday?
Well, the plan is,
yeah.
Yeah, the plan is, and I've you know, been working with the team. I think they've got you know, 85% of this plan done, and we're going to be submitting it for the review of public health. But I'm going to just guess that with the student testing, we're probably going to have to continue working on that as we get more details as to how you know, as to how we can effectively operate it. So I'm going to just to guess that our plans, we'll be able to submit our plans for testing, especially for the testing of you know, the unvaccinated required testing that has to take place. With regard to the student, I think more work is going to have to go into it. So public health has indicated that, you know, let's take a look at that. We can put our plans together, but you know, if you need to refine it, amend it, let us know. So that's what we're gonna be doing and working on. But again, let me just, you know, to our stakeholders out there, you know, we're not going to implement, you know, something as important as this without communicating with our stakeholders and letting them know, you know, that these are you know, this is the requirement, this is what we're going to be doing, this is how we're going to be obtaining consent and all of that. And so, you know, that time that public health and the governor is giving us to, you know, to at this effort.
And just real quickly on the return to face-to-face instruction and how you're doing the cohorts, or the schools are doing the cohorts. We do see parents that comment online that, they just don't feel comfortable because of the high numbers, and, GDOE has maintained this position, right, that if you started off face-to-face, you got to go back, right? So have you seen any students that didn't go back? Do you have any numbers? What are you hearing from principals?
I don't have good. By the end of the week, we'll probably get better information on that. So, these first couple of days, I've gone by campuses just to kind of see how things are going, but I haven't, gone into the campuses to, just kind of walk around yet. I really, there's so much pressure on the administrators and the teachers and staff to get things organized and orderly. And that first couple of days, we know that people are going to show up in the wrong cohort, come in, and there are going to be parents who need, this or that question answered. So we said, look, go ahead and take a couple of days to get settled, organized, and then of course we're going to want to know what attendance looks like, for the face-to-face students, and we'll have a better idea on those numbers, as we get through the first week. But I do have to say things are really a lot calmer at the schools than you would normally see in the first week of school. So I think and so far, at least all the reports from the schools, that things are going pretty smoothly, with this cohort strategy. So this cohort strategy is really meant to be temporary and interim and help ease back to face-to-face instruction while we're trying to turn around the community, COVID-19 situation. So the way it's been implemented, at least for the first few days, there doesn't seem to have been any major issues. And if you drive by the campuses, you'll see that things are mostly. It's like half the students that's on the campus means a quieter campus and a calmer campus for the most part. So we hope that things continue as smoothly for the rest of the week, and then we'll be again looking ahead as to what's happening in the community, because we do eventually, as things start to subside, which we hope will subside, we definitely want to determine when the appropriate time will be to go back to face-to-face instruction all 5 days of the week. So that's our hope, right? That's where we want to be. Now, if things don't go in that direction, of course, we'll try to maintain what we're doing right now. But it's just going to be a constant monitoring of the data that's coming out of public health.
All right, thank you so much, John. Was there anything else you wanted to get out?
Well, no. I just, again, that's probably the biggest issue is just to calm our parents down, our stakeholders down, and say, look, there is a random testing plan that the governor and public health are requesting, but there's no thought that it's going to be implemented imminently. It's they're going to give us time to figure it out, give us time to communicate it, and the real time frame is that the goal is 90 days from implementation is what the guidance says. So before we ever get to implementing any student having that opportunity with the parents, we do want to have a session with them, let them ask questions, clarify the issues, and then hopefully we can figure out the best approach to get with the support of our stakeholders.
Well, thank you again. Thank you to all the teachers, principals, school staff, also for everything you do.
Yeah, thanks.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Stay safe.
Thank you, John.
Bye.
All right, 9:16. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with from the Department of Public Health and Social Services, Tess Archangel. She's the Public Welfare Division Head, and we'll talk all about SNAP and Medicaid and all that stuff coming up here on The Link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give
and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Maglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Somehow stepped into my life, and you
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Bree. Hi, Jason.
Get us ready for the day.
Right on.
Even though
9:21.
technically our day has already been like 7 hours
Been
long.
going. It's 9:21 Wednesday, September 29th. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box proud to present The Link, starring Sabrina Salas Manzanani, among others, here in the studio. Good morning. Coming up, The Greater Good. That's with Jason Salas. It's on the way. And Cover Me. Right now, though, let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room, where standing by we have the administrator of the Division of Public Welfare and Human Services, Tess Archangel. Good morning, Tess.
Unmute, please, Tess. There we go. We got her. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing, Tess?
Doing okay.
Be safe. And thanks for joining us this morning. We'll just go ahead and get right into it because I know you're always working on a lot of stuff, but I just kind of wanted to start with increases, right? So there's no doubt it's been some very difficult conditions. That's even an understatement during this pandemic. Many have lost their jobs. So we've seen an increase in the use of, well, let's say we'll start with Medicaid during the pandemic because of people losing their jobs or, you know, being unable to pay for insurance. How many more used it or have qualified to use it?
Can you repeat your question, Chris?
How many, has there been an increase in the use of Medicaid during the pandemic because of a loss of jobs or insurance? How many more used it or have qualified to use it?
Oh, okay. Based on our expenditure, based on our current expenditure, actually it's lower than last fiscal year. And based on the total number of eligibles of Medicaid, there is an increase. In FY 2020, there's 43,000. And for this fiscal year, we have 45,000 eligibles.
So, Tess, what does that mean if you've seen an increase in eligibles but a decrease in the spending? Is that what you said?
There's an increase in eligibles. The reason being is because COFAs were eligible now to Medicaid, I would say. That's the increase. But overall, there's a decrease in expenditure. I would say because of COVID, people does not go to their dentist, does not go to their physician as often as they do. That could be it.
Good point. Can we go over again how much in Medicaid we spent this year and break down the local match and the federal?
Yeah, okay. In fiscal year 2020, we spent 160 million. That includes admin. And the payment actually is 157 million. For this fiscal year, as of today, we spent 124 for payments. So overall, including admin, that's 127. So we spent 14 million local to match the federal for this fiscal year.
What funds were used for the local fund, do you know?
That's from the general funds as well as from the Healthy Futures Fund.
Okay. Tess, could you, I don't know if this is in your area of expertise, but, you know, there's this huge effort right now to get people tested, right? And so they've, the mayors have been calling different residents in the village and encouraging them to go get tested so they can know their status. So if someone is on Medicaid, what is the process for them to get tested? Because we're hearing so many different conflicting pieces of information. We heard at the beginning that it was totally free for everybody, and then now we're hearing that when people go to the clinics, there's like an administrative fee. So I just want to, because if we're seeing more people eligible for Medicaid, I just want to know what the process is for them to get tested, let's say in a clinic setting, as opposed to lining up at TGen or Southern Public Health.
Okay, depending on where the clinic got the vaccines, so the vaccines is actually free being given. If it's being given to them, they can charge us for administration. Medicaid pays for administration as well as MIP.
So if you have Medicaid and you go to the clinic and there's an administrative fee, do you have to pay anything out of pocket?
No, they have to bill Medicaid if they have Medicaid program or MIP, but if they are under the program. The clinics can bill Medicaid or MIP if they're under the program.
Okay, so there shouldn't be any time that someone on Medicaid or MIP has to take out cash to get tested at a clinic that accepts both those. What about other safety net programs like the SNAP benefits? We've seen periodically through the pandemic there's been emergency loading, right? What's the status? Have we seen an increase also with the SNAP benefit recipients test?
No, the total number of recipients as of today is 51,662. Last fiscal year, it's 55,000. So there is a decrease in the total number of eligibles.
How do you explain that? Because it kind of seems like
it could be. It could be because of PUA. They're receiving some people because they're receiving. They might still qualify depending on on their income. But then again, there are some residents who are receiving PUA who does not want to apply for the program. Or they could be disqualified because of PUA also.
What about that pandemic EBT?
Oh, the pandemic EBT, we continuously processing some. We actually issued 25,690 cards as of September 2020 to September 22.
So you said you're still processing cards?
Yes. The reason being is because there are some kids who are not registered under GDOE, and so we refer them to GDOE, and they found out that they are in school during those times, especially those with Head Start. So there's a separate listing that their GDOE is submitting to us. So we continuously process them.
Okay, so.
But
go ahead. So Tess, if someone is listening now and they're a parent of a public school or a DODEA student, and let's say they've been preoccupied with, I don't know, the overwhelming news about COVID, and they didn't know that there's a pandemic EBT card. Are they still able to receive this benefit? And if so,
yes,
what do they have to do?
They just have to go to Run Care, second floor in Tamuning, and they can issue them cards.
Can you talk a little bit about the eligibility and what happens when you receive the card? What benefit?
Oh, when they receive the cards, they will immediately load the benefits in there. So each child is eligible to receive 1,243. So they will be able to receive that, and that benefit is available for a year.
Pretty significant benefit too.
Sorry, there's.
Tess, are you?
There's
plenty of people are texting you right now.
A lot of people were texting.
Can you stop texting her for a couple minutes? We're trying to do an interview here. I thought you were chasing the fly.
The sound is getting off.
Yeah, they're texting you because they didn't know they could still apply for the PEBT card.
That's right. They can still continue. We have, if they haven't received it and they are during last year and this year's school year, they can still apply. They can still get the cards.
And so if you're one of those, if you're one of those parents who went early at the Micronesia Mall and you got the card, you had to wait for it to get loaded. They've loaded it weekly in September. But if you go to get the
Right.
PEBT card now, because the funding has already been loaded, you're going to be lucky because it's going to be pretty instant, Tess?
Yeah. When they load the funding, they will receive it. Let's say they load the funding tonight. It's available at 7:00.
Right. Okay. And so do you, I mean, did you guys like kind of test, did you guys track, or is that a GDOE question, the number of students who are registered versus the number of cards that were issued? And is there any effort to outreach to these parents, or is it pretty much on them to figure it out and to come in and apply?
We do send press release. We continue to send press release to encourage them. Yeah, because there are still some students who didn't get their cards.
Okay, and that's good that we brought you on here.
We're continuously communicating with GDOE, and so GDOE are sending the names of those kids to
Okay.
us.
What's the number, Test, to the office where they call for the PEBT?
Okay. They can call 300 8870.
8870, or your cell phone, right?
That's the office issuance.
Okay, I got you. And second floor of the Randcare building in Tamuning.
Yes.
Okay, so we had a comment here. Malia comments, where can you go again? Second floor of the Randcare building, or you can call 300-8870. Okay, and they'll be able to assist you. Tess, what else are you tracking with your office that the public needs to know about?
I don't want to say it yet, but then again, we are in the process of applying for summer PEBT. So, but that still requires approval from FNS. At the same time, the total amount that we're going to receive for Medicaid is 133,210,000. However, it will require a local match. So at this point, the federal medical assistance percentage is still set at 55%, but because of the pandemic, public health emergency after December, there's an additional 6.2% additional increase to the 5.5. So technically, our federal match would be 6.2. So the federal match will go up to 61.2% instead of 55. That will be up to December until Congress or legislature, U.S. Congress decides on what the FMAP of Medicaid would be for the territories.
I want to go back to, you said that we're applying for summer pandemic EBT cards, right?
Summer PEBT benefits, yes.
Right, yeah. And I
But
kind of,
that's still contingent to FNS approval.
so it's just very preliminary right now.
Yes.
When are you anticipating knowing whether or not it's been approved?
Probably in the next 2 months.
And then if it is approved, just tell me if I'm getting too ahead of myself. If it is approved, would it be something like they reload the existing cards, or are we starting the whole process over again?
Yes. They will reload the existing cards if they are eligible for that.
Okay,
So
so
GDOE will provide us with the names again. So we encourage those who get their PEBT card not to keep it with them, so they don't need to come to our office to get replacement.
So you meant to say those with pandemic EBT cards, hang on to them in case we get the summer.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. So don't, spend it all on a Tomahawk and then throw it away. Hang on to it because it might be something
Yes.
coming in the summer. Right? Tess, I know that even though we saw a decrease in the SNAP benefits because of probably the pandemic unemployment assistance and how it inflated people's income. That's no longer in play. So are you anticipating an increase now, maybe, that PUA has died off?
Maybe.
And maybe,
Maybe.
go ahead. Why maybe? Why not yes?
Oh, why not yet? Because the establishments are open now, so they can go back to work.
There you go. All right. Well, Tess, if those people are interested in maybe applying for the SNAP benefits, do you want to give out the number for that office? Is it the same?
Okay. They can actually drop the application. They can download the application on the PHSS website, and they can call if they have any questions. They can call several numbers. I don't have it on my, but they can call RunCare office at 300-88. Hold on, I have that
8870.
number. That 870 is for the issuance, but for the front desk, they can call 300-88. I don't want to give number that's 8853 and 8854. 300-8853 and 8854.
Tess, we did have a question in our comments. Also, someone commented you guys never answered the phone. Is that true?
No, we do. It's just that if the phone is busy, they won't hear that it's busy. Yeah.
So what will you
But
hear?
they do answer the phone.
Okay.
We have several clerks who's answering the phone. Probably in Southern, because we have issues at Southern Public Health with regards to the phone.
What are the issues? Is it one of those when it rains, a line gets wet and it's staticky, or?
No, the telephone there is not working. So actually, for the past few days, we gave them cell phones where the clients can call.
Okay. We did have another comment from Joanne. Hi, Tess. Do you also oversee the block grant program? Is that program still going on?
Yes, that's under CCDF. That's for childcare. Yes, we still receive those. We continuously receive those, and we encourage people to apply.
Okay. And can you maybe describe that benefit a little bit more for those of people who are wondering, oh, wait, what do I apply for?
Oh, they can apply. They can apply Bureau of Management Support. That's in Mangilao Castle Mall. So this is for payment of child daycare. The income guideline is different, and it's a little bit higher than the Medicaid or MIP program.
Well, that's good. So if you're maybe a parent who's going back to work or working and you don't qualify for
Yes,
Medicaid,
working
MIP,
parents, yes.
you might qualify for this block grant for childcare. And then what is the typical benefit awarded?
Oh, it's actually for payment of the daycare, so it depends.
I see.
Because they also have copay. Depends on their income.
Tess, how long have you been with public health?
31 years. Government, 33 years, 32 years, 33 years.
Where did you work 2 years before you went to public health?
GMH,
Oh,
wow.
Royal Memorial Hospital.
okay.
All right.
Thank you
Well,
for your service.
Yeah, thanks for your service, Tess.
Thank you, too.
Right on. And if people are still complaining they don't answer the phone, so maybe you need to go, pull your rank and tell people, hey, check the phone just in case. Thank you, Tess.
Sure.
Sorry, I can't hear you much.
It's all right.
Okay.
Thanks, Tess.
Appreciate it. Anything
Thank
else
you.
you want to say to the people before we let you go?
Oh, we have several benefits, welfare program for people. We have cash assistance program. We have childcare. We have for food. which is SNAP. We have for medical. So we encourage people, if you need assistance, please go apply. And you can apply either at Northern Public Health, Central Public Health. Central is here at Trancare, or at Southern Public Health.
Thank you, Tess.
Thank you, too.
And here's to 31 more years serving the people. All right, there's my girl Tess Archangel. All right, good lady to know, guys. We're going to take a quick break. We're coming back with Cover Me, because guess what? Guess what, Sabrina? Hump day, right? Hump day, Jay? It's a hump day.
Yeah, everybody get your vocal cords ready.
Yep.
Put some gas in your car,
Mhm.
because you might want to make a trip down to, let's see, you can go to the mall.
You could go to the mall.
You could go to GPO.
Mm.
You could go to Mighty.
Hagatnya. You could go to the airport.
Yeah.
Okay, we're talking about
You can
Burger
go to
King.
Tumon.
It's Whopper Wednesday. Okay, so all you got to do is go to Burger King, order a Whopper, and say, "I love the Whopper." But Jay, you do it so much better, bro.
This is not a rigged contest,
No.
everybody. And you know, like everybody applies. All they want to see is that you truly love the Whopper, and you have to say it 3 times. All right, it's like Candyman. You just have to say the thing 3 times, and an extra
You're
Whopper
dumb.
will appear. Just not as dangerous as Candyman.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
Whopper
substantially
Man.
more safe.
Yeah.
So all you got to do, okay. And you know, when you're in the drive-through,
Let's do a little role play, Jay.
Okay.
Welcome to Burger King. May I take your order?
Yes, half a day, and you know, thank you what you do for our
Oh
island
my
community.
God, is this Jason Solis? Oh my God, you're so handsome. Can I take your order?
What is Chris Barnett like in real life? Well, yes, and actually, so you see, I've got my friend Joser riding shotgun. The lovely lady in the back who's looking down at her phone.
That's Sabrina.
That's Sabrina.
Hi, Sabrina. I love your rainbow headphones.
Thank you. They're my daughters.
What's your order, sir?
Okay, I would like 1 Whopper with cheese for myself, please, because I love flame broiled. It's so delicious. And everything
Okay,
like that.
1 Whopper with cheese. Is there anything else you want to tell me?
Yes, please. I would like
Okay.
to say, I love the Whopper.
I'm sorry, that was a little risque. I'm going to need you to speak to my manager. All right, so yeah, it's so easy, guys. Way easier than that.
And you know what? And can I please have some onion rings for my friend Joser here?
Right on, you got it.
With the zesty sauce, because
The
he really
zesty,
likes
that's
that.
the only way we
no,
go.
No, wait a minute. Are onion rings vegetable, Joser?
Yeah, that's vegetable.
Ooh.
But it's fried. It's a fried
It's
vegetable.
fried.
Okay. Joser doesn't eat vegetables, guys.
Yeah, and you know what? When you go by Burger King, any of the Burger King locations, tell them the link sent you, and say, and when you say that, just say your friends on the link said to hook you up and everything like that, because they got really good people that are working hard.
Thank you, Jay. We'll take a break. We're back with more of the link next. Good morning.
Hilton's
The
Islander
KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during The Link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss The Link? Miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life. Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to The Link during the month of October, and when prompt, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Breast cancer is the 2nd leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Maglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
With every passing moment, thoughts of you run through my head.
Hey, good morning.
Every time that I'm near you,
Yeah, it's Kaylee and
I
Kiko.
realize that you're heaven sent.
Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
9:52, Whopper Wednesday. Go over to Burger King, order a Whopper, and say, I love the Whopper, and they're going to give you another one just like that. Okay? So let's do Cover Me, which is also brought to you in part by our buddies over at Docomo Pacific. Good morning.
Anizuni hupegagi kalulotmu Penta igwi naizaku nuhogu Aisa hogu kiri dohu ilina lohu Baihu guaiza hau para todo itempu Baru prometi todo nui guinazaku Baru guaiza hau esta ivi nataihu Hogu ilina lohu Hogu iguinazaku Aisa toza neni padamu Hogu ilina lohu Hogu iguinazaku para todo querida itempu Maila magi neni zon fatatung gifion hu Totug magi esti senturahu Tiku magi esti labiosu Hubaza hau kiri dohu para todo itempo Hogu ilina lohu Hogu iguinazaku Aisa toza neni padamu Hogu ilina lohu Hogu iguinazaku para todo querida itempu
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during The Link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss The Link? Miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Get Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
All right, welcome back to The Link, everybody. We saved the very best just for last because Bree was mentioning earlier in the show how in 2 weeks your son will be eligible to get the vaccine, and he's going to. And it made me think about something, and I remember kind of like 2 weeks out when Brock was born, we debuted a certain commercial on KUM TV that took Guam by storm.
Really?
And whose idea was this anyway?
I have no idea. It's probably Marie's.
Probably Marie and probably Mike, all right? So we're doing like a special Throwback Thursday, even though it's only Wednesday. Well, Throwback Wednesday just sounds weird because it's
Way Back Wednesday.
Yeah, way back that. Thank you. It's Way Back Wednesday. So here it is, everybody. 12 years ago today, this debuted on KUM TV. Here is the world famous It's Time KUM commercial.
Oh, I think it's time. Guys, it's time. It's time? It's time? Oh my gosh, it's time? What? It's time?
Guys, it's time! She's ready, it's time.
Oh my gosh, it's time.
Yeah, it's time.
Okay, Bree, relax. Just breathe, take it easy. We got this. Don't worry.
I'm ready.
It's okay.
I'm
All
ready.
right, here we go.
It's showtime.
Stand by and cue. Good evening, Holiday One. Thanks so much for tuning in alongside Sabrina Sauce, Macanati, after this song.
At KUAM News, we deliver.